Yeah, it's green. Testing, test. Can you hear me okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. All right. Once again, good evening. We'd like to begin by calling the open session to order and for this evening and introduce the Live Oak High School FAA officers to open this evening's meeting for us and lead the flag salute.
The meeting room will come to order. We are now holding the meeting of the Morgan Hill Unified School District. Madam Vice President, are all officers at your station? I shall call the roll of officers, determine if they are at their stations, and report back to you, Madam President. The Sentinel.
Stationed by the door.
Your duties there?
Through this door pass many friends of the FFA. It is my duty to see that the door is open to our friends all times and that they are welcome. I care for the meeting room and paraphernalia. I strive to keep the room comfortable and assist the president in maintaining order.
The reporter. The reporter is stationed by the flag. Why by the flag? As the flag covers the United States of America, so I strive to inform the people in order that every man, woman, and child may know that the FFA is a national organization that reaches from the state of Alaska to the Virgin Islands and from the state of Maine to Hawaii. The secretary, stationed by the ear forum. Your duties there? I keep an accurate record of all meetings and correspond with other secretaries where report is grown and FFA members meet. Madam Vice President, why do you keep a plow at your station? The plow is a symbol of labor and tillage of the soil. Without labor, neither knowledge nor wisdom can accomplish much. My duties require me to assist at all times in directing the work of our organization. I preside over meetings in the absence of our president, whose place is beneath the rising sun. Why is the president so stationed? The rising sun is the token of a new era in agriculture. If we will follow the leadership of our president, we shall be led out of the darkness of selfishness and into the glorious sunlight of brotherhood and cooperation. Madam President, all officers are at their stations.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Secretary will call the roll of members.
There are numerous members and many guests present, Madam President.
Thank you. FFA members, why are we here? To practice brotherhood, honor agriculture opportunities and responsibilities, and develop those qualities of leadership which an FFA member should possess. May we accomplish our purposes. I now declare this meeting of the Morgan Hill Unified School District duly open for the transaction of business or attention to any matters which may properly be presented.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have the flag salute led by our student board member.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to go to item C on the agenda, which is introduction of board members. I will begin and then we will go to my left. My name is Adam Escoto and I'm the president of the board. Hello.
Thank you very much, President Escoto. Good evening, buenas noches, Carmen Garcia, Superintendent, Carmen Garcia, Superintendente. I would now like to address our Spanish-speaking community members. A nuestra comunidad de habla hispana tenemos traducción simultánea. Por favor, hagan clic en el icono del mundo debajo de la pantalla. Por favor, hagan clic en el icono del mundo debajo de la pantalla. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. A los que están aquí presentes tenemos traducción simultánea. Alicia, no sé si me oyes. Alicia está moviendo su brazo si es que necesitan traducción simultánea. Gracias.
Kelly Schrieffer, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent.
Hi, I'm Jazreen Tour. I am the student board member.
Hello, welcome and good evening. Pamela Gardner, trustee.
Go ahead.
I'm Diana Jimenez. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Good evening, Penny Timbo, Assistant Superintendent, Business Services.
Pat Sanchez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. My name is Dr. Ivan Rosales Montes, and I'm a trustee.
Hello, Mary Patterson, trustee. Welcome, especially to our students in the audience and on Zoom.
Welcome, everyone. Terry Eves Knudsen, trustee.
Good evening, Nancy Altman, Vice President.
Thank you, colleagues and staff. Now we're at item D, adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
President Escoto. Oh, trustee Alman.
Trustee
Yeah,
Elman.
I would like to pull some items.
All right. Which
I-
items are those?
I'd like to pull J1C, J1E, J2E from consent, please.
We usually do that.
Yeah. You want to wait until we get there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Montes?
Thank you, President Escoto. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted, and of course, entertain my colleagues' consent requests when we get to the consent items, with the exception of moving K3 after G2. This is someone who is up for appointment to our Measure G Citizens Oversight Committee. And just based on the placement in the agenda right now, it would be very long into the evening before we have an opportunity to have that item addressed. So if I would like to request that shift.
Thank you, Dr. Montes. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Now we move on to item E, closed session action report. There's nothing to report. Item F, recognitions and presentations. F1, Live Oak High School Board presentation. Please welcome Principal Diaz and the Live Oak High School team who will provide their presentation.
Hi, good evening. I'm Veronica Diaz. I have the great pleasure and responsibility of serving Live Oak and its students as principal. With me this evening are assistant principals Fernando Camargo and Michael Marius. Also joining us are some of our staff members and some students. When I brought up to our site staff that we were doing the presentation, I said if anybody would like to join us, and we have people here that responded affirmatively. So thank you very much for being here. We also have some parents that are also just joining us here for support this evening. Okay, so we will try to get through this as quickly as possible for you. All right, next. So in the first few slides, you see basically our student demographic information. The first one here showing you the percentages and the numbers by grade level of our student enrollment. And honestly, any given year, those numbers will shift. Like, for example, our incoming freshman group is slated to be a much larger number than what you currently see for the 259 of this school year. Next one, please. Here you see our population broken down in percentages and numbers based on ethnicity group. The students identified as Latino, Latinx, Hispanic make up the biggest percentage of our population, as you see there from the pie graph, 67.2%. And then our second biggest group is the students identified as white, making up 23.6% of our population. Here you see some of our demographics based on students groups, our English learners and our students with disabilities, both having 16%, making up 16% of our population. Economically disadvantaged is 45. That is why we are we are a Title I school. We also have 10% being coming from McKinney-Vento, students that are in need of some type of facing financial challenges. And then our migrant population is much smaller of 2%. And special programs, we have advanced placement courses, of which 459 of our students have at least one. And I say at least one because we have students that have up to 5 or 6 classes. Amazing how they do that. That makes up 43% of our population. Very big that you see there are career technical offerings. 80% of our students are in at least one CTE course. That is impressive. And then dual enrollment, we have currently one course that we do offer where we have 27 students, that's 3%. And then dual immersion, those are our students that have continued their Spanish language studies and more extensive at the high school level with 63 students, 6% of the population.
All right. Hi, my name is QA Nguyen. I am an AP English teacher at the Live Oak High School, an academically rigorous school, FYI. We offer 18 different AP courses, as you can see from there, from one of my favorites, AP English Language, to all kinds of things as well. And we've also added a dual enrollment course called Construction Management 101 and 102. We have 35 sections of AP offered and also dual enrollment offered. We have 459 students enrolled, and of those 459 students, they are taking multiple AP classes. And so there's 893 overall classes taken by students. We graduate, just a shout out, some amazing students. Someone UC Berkeley bound over there, Jazreen, so proud of you, who has taken a lot of AP courses. Yeah. There are other students who are, you know, UC bound and different courses that help them in like Howard University and Ivy League schools. So we are a very academically rigorous school. And that leads us to the next slide. So Live Oak High School, we introduced to the district what we call an AP Capstone program. AP Capstone is the College Board response to the IB program, right? IB program is a national baccalaureate, but Live Oak felt like AP Capstone, since we already have AP, an intensive AP program in our school, we introduced AP Capstone. So AP Capstone program is a diploma program from College Board based on a 2-year-long AP courses. They're kind of like anchor courses. They are known as AP Seminar and AP Research. These are not content-specific courses, so they can be taken anywhere. But because of how our master schedule fit, AP Seminar, kids can either take Advanced English 10 or AP Seminar. So we decided to have AP Seminar as an introductory course so that kids can understand like the research process. And we actually have Merrick will talk about that a little bit as well. So Mr. Pierce, Merrick will introduce himself and he'll talk about the rest of the slides.
Yeah, hello, I'm Merrick Pierce. I teach at the Live Oak High School. As he said, very rigorous. Okay, none of this only sports stuff that people, it's a rumor. And with me, I also have the fam, who is currently a student. And you can mention.
Hi, my name is VFam. I am a student, a junior at Live Oak High School. Currently, I am taking AP Research, and previously on my sophomore year, I taken AP Seminar. AP Seminar is a class that you can take as an English class for your sophomore year instead of English 10. And then AP Research is offered as a elective for juniors and seniors to get that GPA boost. And for AP Research, there's more freedom that you can research on anything. And currently, my research is how does felony committed by minors affect those who are involved due to a change of the protection law of minor in Korea. And that's something I'm currently researching on and making my paper about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide.
So the AP Seminar, as we mentioned, it can be taken as a sophomore year or even as a junior and a senior. But one of the kind of, one of the incentives for taking AP seminar, other than, obviously more rigorous course or, in place of English 10 or the grade boost, is that if they earn a 3 or higher on the AP exam for AP seminar, as well as a 3 or higher for AP research, then they have a couple of award options that they could be eligible. The initial one is just the AP seminar and AP research certificate, which currently last year we had 43 students pass AP seminar. And currently in the AP research class, which is a bit smaller this year, but it is going to expand next year, we have 12 students that did currently in AP research that are eligible for this award, including V. She's very humble. She doesn't want to brag, but she did pass the AP seminar exam last year, and she is eligible for this award. In addition to this, if they pass 4 other AP exams, which is no small feat, pretty difficult to do, but they could be eligible for the AP Capstone Diploma, which is an award that they would get probably after, either the summer after their junior or senior year, but they would be eligible for awards seniors night. We're still discussing what that would look like, but it is another incentive. And we also have a banner. I really thought about bringing the banner tonight, but I thought that might have been a bit too much. But we do have a banner. It's going to go in front of the school. It's going to look really awesome. Okay. So check it out in a few weeks, maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please. Here you see the CTE pathways we presented last month a little bit more elaborately. All I'm really going to say right now is that we do have classes representative of 5 industry sectors at Live Oak with 12 pathways to choose from, which you see in the blue. In total, we offer 20 different CTE courses, but 46 sections in all. It's one of the most popular programs that we do have. As stated in the previous, there were 858 students enrolled in a CTE course, but a total enrollment of 1,453 seats. So some students do take multiple CTE courses. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Courtney Schmidt. I am the EL facilitator at Live Oak and our district migrant lead. And I am a special education English teacher. So first I will speak on special education programs. First, we start with our resource programs. Students become eligible through criteria and meeting their specialized academic instruction and academic remediation supports. We have 5 teachers, English, math, social studies, and science, that teach 16 sections of research or resource. RSP is the abbreviation it's known as. Our special day class is also Delta, that's held at Live Oak. The Delta course, the students need to meet eligibility criteria in order to be there. That is our program for students with developmental disabilities. And they work on growth and communication, life skills, adaptive skills, and their academic skills. Next slide, please. So we also have co-taught classes at Live Oak. So the co-taught classes that we offer are in Intermediate Math 1, or Integrated Math 2, Advanced English 9 and 10, and 9 and 10. So the co-taught model is 2 teachers in 1 classroom, a general education teacher and a special education teacher. It's a beautiful model. We get to work with both gen ed and special education students, and it brings a cohesion because inclusion. We also have Cheer Buddies. Cheer Buddies is an inclusive cheer program that allows our students from our Delta program to participate within our cheerleading. And inclusion is part of IDEA and it's a requirement of our district. Next slide, please. So our emerging bilingual learners are EL students, or English language learners. We have 169 of them today. We got 1 more. I had to add that in. Sorry, I'm glad it did make it in. 98% are Spanish, 2% are Vietnamese. So we have 42 English learners with IEPs. 16 newly enrolled, 17 today. Didn't update that number though. 119 long-term English learners. So we've really focused this year on making sure that those students know the importance of the LPAC and the importance of their MAP scores. We're hoping for one other district test to allow us to reclassify students for next year. 119 of those long-term, that's 6 years plus. So we really want to work on getting those students reclassified because a lot of them are just not making that MAP score. And just with the knowledge of that, I had 3 students that went from 180-ish to over 220 just by knowing that it was an important test. And do not click through it because it will mean something to you. We have 4 sections of our ELD courses, which is for English language development. And that looks like it'll be more next year. So we're really hoping that those students that are able to reclassify because they are proficient in English really do this year. So as of right now, we've had 16 students eligible for reclassification from fall, and 169 total students have reclassified that are students of Live Oak, and 37 students are projected to reclassify fall, and that is without our current LPAC numbers. Next slide. I think we're done.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And here, this slide, you see the information about our dual immersion program. Basically, this is the 4th year. There are now seniors, the first group that came to us after completing their program at San Martin Gwin. For that reason, we were in the need of offering in the world language department, and you see there the progression from one grade level to the next. The Spanish language and culture through film class is the very first year we've offered it, serving the needs of our dual immersion and also just native speakers that we do have. In addition to the one each grade level within world language, they also currently take social studies, a world geography class in Spanish. Okay. Next.
Never gonna get used to this mic thing. So first I just want to say our culture and climate, if you can't tell, we're very proud to be Live Oak. So, excuse me, the Live Oak. So I believe I counted a little earlier. I counted over 35 staff members, students, along with parents. So from the bottom of my heart, it shows that we actually care. So thank you so much for being here. Teachers, students, please stand up. I want to give a round of applause to you guys. People, the parents in the back, thank you for being here. Great segue to tell you how our staff is measured at Live Oak. We have 55 amazing and gifted teachers. We have 1 amazing librarian, 4 outstanding academic counselors, and if I would say so myself, 3 outstanding administrators.
Thank you.
Yes. We hold 39 master degrees and 2 doctorate degrees. We have 8 classified staff with degrees, and we have 8 alumni, 12 alumni that want to come back and serve at the Live Oak High School. Next. Live Oak SIPs of Goal 1, college and career readiness. The percentage of students socially, economical disadvantage and English learners who score at or above standard at SBAC and ELA and math will increase by at least 5% or more by June 2024. The percentage of EL or English language students who graduate will increase by at least 2% by June 2024. The percentage of all students who graduate from UC and CSU eligible will increase by 5% by June 2024.
So now I'm kind of jealous that Fernando got the fun slides and I get these slides. Yeah, so these are very important. And I just want to let you know, I am an English teacher, but I'm also, if you don't know me, I'm a data guy. Like, I think data is like very important. And, you know, data can be skewed and manipulated, but sometimes data tells you the truth. And sometimes you have to look at the really difficult truth and see where you're going next, right? And so I look at this data and my heart drops, right? What can we do better for our kids and how can we align it to our SIPSA goals? So I'm going to talk to you about some very difficult data that Live Oak had to look at and have some introspection, right? Because in order to do better for all students, we need to be looking at the demographics that we have at our school. So the first one you see is our SFAC, socioeconomic disadvantage. If you look at it in 2022, we had 39% of our students met and exceeded. But for some reason, and I can talk to you blue in the face and I can come up with as many excuses as I can, but I'm not going to. I want to be fully transparent with you that we are looking at these numbers and we're moving forward, right? So at 2022, we had 39% of our students met and exceeded in standard ELA for socially economic disadvantaged students. In 2023, we saw a 4% drop, right? No matter what that drop is, even if it's 1%, you have to look inwards and see what can we do better. It's not what can we do wrong or what did we do wrong? It's what can we do better in the future, right? So I'm going to go over all this data. Can you go next slide for me as well? Not only are our socially economic disadvantaged students are affected, if you look at our English language learners, they are also affected, right? Not only have we talked about the COVID years, but even after the COVID years, when we knew 2022 was a new benchmark, our 2023, we witnessed a significant loss, right? So you have 13.64% of our students met and exceeded standard who are English learners in 2022, but in 2023, only 8% of them. Right. So what are we doing to help these English language learners? And I'm going to go over the next 2 slides as well, because I'm the sacrificial lamb. And then I'll tell you what we're doing. Okay, so the next one is mathematics. And as you know, mathematics scores nationwide. The United States is not performing very well when it comes to mathematics. And that is not and I don't want us to get away from this saying that like it's the teachers. I am a huge proponent on math education, and I understand and value the importance of our math teachers as well as our math program, right? But with that being said, we need to face the facts, right? In 2022, 16% of our socioeconomic disadvantaged students met or exceeded standards. In 2023, only 7% met or exceeded standards, so it's disadvantaged. That is a huge disparity. That's like a 7% disparity, right? That is big. Okay, last unfortunate slide. So as well as our students, mathematics in English language learners, our students, 8% of them met or exceeded standards in 2022, but only 2% of English language learners have met or exceeded standards in 2023. Now, before I move on to any of your slides, I want to tell you all what Live Oak is doing, right? The first thing is this whole nebulous thing about like, yes, there's introspection, but that introspection is met with PLT, right? I've met with the math department myself, and they have multiple proposals to help these students in mathematics, right? We know that mathematics now is not just about math, it is about literacy, right? So how can we strengthen the literacy of our math students, right? Those are the questions we're asking in our PLTs. How can we strengthen the literacy skills in our math classes in order to do that? And I solely believe with my heart of hearts that our math teachers are up to that task. Right? I really believe that the questions they're asking, the pull-out dates that they have, the introspection of how classes are managed, and the introduction of financial literacy as a math course will help these students to motivate them to understand that math is an essential skill, right? Within English, what we know is that sometimes when we look at a Common Core standard where it says determine a central idea, just because you don't have access to English as a language does not mean you don't have the critical thinking skills to understand what determine a central idea is. So we have looked intrinsically within ourselves, how can we help those students who are long-term EL learners, who are English language learners, and figure out how can we broach them from their EL classes and their knowledge and their critical thinking skills in their home language into an academic language. So those specific things that when we ask ourselves, and the PLT process has been really helpful with this, to really ask for questions and to really target, because we understand this SIPS's goal is like this nebulous goal, but what are we doing in our very own departments to help each other, right? Like, how can math increase their literacy skills to help them in English and vice versa? How does claim, evidence, and reasoning taught in US history classes help in science classes and math classes? So I truly believe that I look at this data and yes, my heart drops, but I truly believe that hope is a strategy that we have to look forward and see what can we do for these individual students. And I'm getting off my soapbox now. Thank you.
Okay, CJ.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Michael Marius. I am the new face at the Live Oak, serving as the assistant principal. Number one, I want to say that was a very, very enthusiastic presentation. I don't know if I can quite follow that QA. I don't quite have that type of, personality, but I'll go ahead and share the data I'm going to share with you right now. First, still talking about our CISPA goal 1, we're going to talk about the graduation rate. The percent of English learners who graduated will increase by at least 2% by June 2024 this year. In 2022, we had 92%, 92 and 2/10 of all students who met the graduation rate, who met the rate, whereas with our English learners, it was 75 and 9/10%. For 2023, that rate went up for all students by 2.4%, but significantly, our English learners went up by 10.5% to 86.4%. So I think that is a really huge jump there, and that's something we're going to try to knock up by at least by another 2% next year, but I think we'll do much better than that. Next slide, please. Okay, then we have Live Oak, our UC and CSU eligibility. The percentage of all students who graduate with UC or CSU eligibility were increased by 5% by June 2024. Last year, our rate was 45 and 9/10%, whereas this year we're at a 45%, or 2023 is 45%. So we dropped by 9/10%, but we're going to knock that up to at least 50% this year. Okay, so next slide. That is our goal. And then we're going to talk about college and career readiness. And these are some of the actions that we've been working on so far. We have our alignment and curriculum PDs, where our PLTs, grade level teams, are working on things like common formative assessments and common summative assessments. They're meeting once a week to align these items. We have our collaboration and PLT times. We've also worked on throughout the year instructional rounds and admin walkthroughs to give feedback. Our teams have gone through conferences that aligned with their subject matter areas. Our students have the opportunity for credit recovery. They have credit recovery options, which includes things like summer school, cyber high, and at minimum, where they can either make up units that they did not pass in the year, or let's say, for example, they got a D and they want to get a higher grade, then they can also knock up their units doing that. And then this past year, the SBAC and term assessments, those were available to us, and some staff members, some teams have used interim assessments, but for this year coming up, we're actually going to be very deliberate in planning and scheduling the interim assessments. So for one, our students can be more familiar with the rigor of the SBAC testing, and it'll also give our PLTs, our teams, an opportunity to have more data that they can use to help guide their instruction, so that when the SBAC testing comes around for 2025, that our students will be more prepared to take that test. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Here you see an example of a document that's used in what was referred to as PLTs, the professional learning teams. The document on the right, basically, it's kind of like a progression ladder. And the purpose it serves is that when PLTs, course-alike teachers meet, it basically tells them the next steps. There's no more waiting for, I need to figure out next week what my guiding coalition team tells me to do. Basically, the teams that are ready, they move on. They have it right there. We use it for accountability pieces also. They link directly into the document that we use, like a running agenda, the evidence that they have. So basically, this will also serve the purpose as new staff members join their departments. They have something to hand to them that kind of tells them, like, what are our formative assessments? What are our summative assessments? Data analysis, how do we execute that? So that is what you see there as an example. Next slide, please. The next slide introduces our second SIPSA goal, which is around family, guardian, and community engagement. And the goal centered around increasing the percentage of Spanish-speaking parents engaged in their students' education by at least 5% as measured by attendance at ELAC meetings by June of 2024. We have some pictures there of just parents, examples of parent engagements and different activities that we have at Live Oak. In the next slide, you see just a list, and I'm not going to read through it, but the different parent organizations and committees and basically who participates with them, with us as a staff. At the top, I mean, it doesn't include everybody, but these are like the main staff members that we do have that basically their task revolves around communication pieces back and forth with our parents on a regular basis. Next slide, please. Here you have some of the action items that we have incorporated to increase the participation of the Spanish-speaking parents. So yes, Parent Square, we love it. We love that the communication is instant in both languages, and we can do it into any other language that we may have that comes up. Basically, we heard our parents when they said that they missed the, when we used to use before Parent Square Blackboard Connect to send notifications, and I used to record all those messages, and they kind of said, well, they liked the more personal listening instead of necessarily the email. We heard this from our Spanish-speaking parents. So now we get the messages through voice, text, and email. We have, it was the suggestion of Ms. Courtney here, and we took it upon, and we went back to hybrid ELAC meetings. I mean, during COVID, it really increased the participation, just the comfort of being at home. I mean, you guys do it here. So that's what we've done, and it has allowed for a greater participation. A few still come in person, and that's great. We will always have that opportunity, but we do have others that just from home and join us that way. So it has allowed us to see the benefit of it. And then number 4, inviting ELAC parents to participate in other site or district meetings or committees. And it's good to see them kind of branching out. When we do that, we do, if it's an English parent meeting, we do have somebody there that's able to translate for them. Next slide, please. That's you.
Yeah. All right. Student engagement, attendance, and PBIS. So one of our big information for our students and our staff is news from the Nut House, and that gets sent out daily. Every morning, they get that information sent out to the teachers, and they have to watch news from the Nut House. We actually have a segment for PBIS. Miss Porras and Mr. Hayes will do a news from the Nut House presentation to talk about certain positive promotions around our campus, developing with language or student behaviors in and around the restrooms or any things of those natures, to how you earn gold tickets. And then lastly, attendance. Attendance is sent out weekly to parents, and we do many home visits between care, between our community liaison, our front office staff, our counselors. We're all in it together to make sure that students are tracked and understand that they need to be at school. And we do our best to hold meetings for those parents, either on Zoom or we do just phone calls to parents to let them know how we can help support them in their attendance. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jazreen. So I'm going to be talking about some of the clubs and extracurriculars we offer at the Live Oak High School. So we have over 23 current on-campus clubs. However, students have the ability to create clubs as they go on. We have Club Rush once a semester, which is basically where all the clubs go out in the quad and kind of promote themselves. And other students, especially our freshmen, have the ability to join whatever interests them. Some of the clubs that we have are National Honor Society, Surfrider, Band Book Club, ASU, and many more. And I've had the privilege to be a part of a lot of them, and they build a really great community between students and faculty. Some of the events that we planned in ASB, which is Associated Student Body, is rallies, proms, dances, and spirit weeks. As ASB Vice President, I've had the amazing opportunity to work with a lot of students and teachers, and we get input from other students to see what they like on campus to make it more socially inviting for everyone.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Live Oak athletics. So if you notice, one of the first things we have up here is that the average GPA for our athletes at Live Oak is a 3.25 for our student athletes. They're doing a really good job. They're not just showing it on the field, but they're also showing it in the classrooms. Live Oak Acorns Athletics continue to build on the tradition of producing outstanding student athletes. And you notice that what is highlighted there is students first, and athletics as their support and activity. For fall and winter sports, Live Oak has produced 3 league championship teams and 1 CCS wrestling champion in Robbie Rao. And right now, our spring sports are in full spring, which includes, we have softball and baseball, track, which we're having our senior night tomorrow night, so you might want to check that out. We have boys golf, we have boys volleyball, badminton, and lacrosse. And I was at some of the lacrosse games this past week, and I must say this, very exciting. You need to go out there and check it out. Okay, next slide. These are some of our success stories that we have at Live Oak. I don't have on my best glasses, so I can't read across, but I mean, we can just go ahead and just check them out. Yeah, but you can see we have a lot of successes. A basketball league champion. Actually, I can't read that a little bit. Women's basketball league champion. We have Christian, and I can't read that last name from here. 100-meter champion. We have our NorCal champion. That is that baseball that I'm looking at, right? Softball. And you know what? Let me make it easy on myself. I'm gonna use my notes that has the pictures here. We have our 2023 CCS wrestling champion. We spoke about Robbie earlier. Our 2022 tri-champs, the 2023 Mountain Hamilton football champions, 2022 field hockey league champions, baseball champions, 2021, 22, and 23 in the league. Next slide. We have our girls lacrosse 2023 league champions, boys lacrosse 2023 league champions. We also want to recognize our softball coach, Coach Burris, who got her 100th year this year, her 100th win this year. Yeah, I think it's a big deal. Okay. And finally, want to recognize Alejandra Dominguez, who is our 2023 cross-country champion. So I think our athletics really deserve a huge applause. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Blenn. This is Abby Ellingson, Lily Hansen, and my ag teacher, Ms. Jorgensen. We're from the Live Oak High School, and we're here today to talk to you about FFA and why we're here wearing these blue jackets. At Live Oak, students are placed in the ag classes and they are allowed opportunities within the FFA as well as hands-on learning and opportunities outside of the classroom. At Live Oak, we have agriculture, biology, soil chem, vet science, horticulture, and floral. And next year, we're welcoming advanced floral design and farm to fork classes. All of these classes allow students opportunities within the FFA.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I would like to share a few of my experiences within our FFA chapter. I have been able to compete in various competitions such as creed, memorization, impromptu, and opening and closing, which we presented the opening portion of it earlier in the meeting. I have been lucky enough to raise 2 market hogs through the past 2 years here at Live Oak. I was able to walk one of my pigs in the Christmas parade and also bring her to the middle schools and help recruit. I have had various students from the elementary school who saw her in the parade come up, and I've been able to share our organization, who we are, through that.
Hi, my name's Lily. Morgan Hill FFA has had many achievements throughout this school year, and we are very fortunate to have these wonderful individuals in our chapter at Live Oak. Our very own Isabella Jeffrey competes in the many speaking competitions we have and placed first in extemporaneous at the regional competition. She is now moving on to compete at the state level this Friday. Additionally, our CDE teams have had a very successful season, taking home many wins. Our floriculture team, which competes in various tasks such as flower and plant identification, as well as constructing timed floral arrangements, has consistently gotten top 5 throughout this season. Additionally, our poultry judging team has placed top 10 in 2 of their competitions. Our members on both teams have also placed high individually, including myself, which I have placed first high individual in 3 competitions. I'd like to speak further on the many opportunities offered within the floriculture team specifically. Being a member myself, I've been able to not only travel around the state of California to compete in these various competitions with hundreds of other individuals, but also being able to work within the floral industry and getting many hands-on experiences. Currently, I run my own business constructing and selling corsages for prom at my high school. This amazing opportunity gives myself and others a chance to see inside the industry and get a feel for future career paths.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you so much for everybody listening in and giving us the time to be able to talk to you about our wonderful program. I also am going to do a very shameless plug for our spring auction. Just quickly, really fast. If you guys have been there, it's a wonderful, prestigious event that we look forward to every single year. This is our 21st spring auction, so we're really excited for it. It's across the way from Live Oak High School at Guglielmo, and tickets are now on sale. If you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer that for you. Thank you so much.
Next slide, please.
Hi, I'm Ella King and I'm with the Live Oak Emerald Regime. I'm both in the band and the winter percussion, and I'm here to talk about it a little bit. We are all about tradition and celebrating success. For example, we got first place in the winter percussion Northern California Championships, and we also got first place for the winter guard section in the California Championships. We achieved this by engaging in rigorous rehearsal and performance schedules, which include 20 and more hours of practice every week. Students also practice at home to hone their abilities and gain performance abilities. We do this all to put on a 6 to 8 minute production for each program. So for both like the whole band and the winter programs. And we also travel and perform at different places and are given different opportunities, which we've done at Sacramento, New Orleans, and also Disneyland. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And here are just some pictures of what Ella here was talking about, our performance at Disneyland and our past performance at fall, as well as our winter programs. Next slide, please. My name is Sophia, by the way. I'm the percussion section leader in the Live Oak Emerald Regime. Thank you. Okay. So as you may or may not know, the Live Oak Band program was decimated following COVID restrictions from roughly 120 members to now 34 in this last season. However, we are slowly building up ourselves again. In the past few years, we have lost members due to establishment and funding. It is not a problem of interest because we know students are very curious and interested in our band programs. However, the spread of information and lack of funding is weakening the growth of our program. The bottom line is that we need your continued support to maintain any attractive assets to show these aspiring musicians that we are an established band program and have been for a very long time. We need your continued support when it comes to our equipment, transportation, and other expenses when it comes to the upkeep of our program. Marching band is openly co-ed and houses a diverse group of students, providing everyone to feel included and foster their artistic interests. Music and artistic development is known to strengthen neural connections and problem-solving capabilities, which is crucial for the future of these young individuals and what they aspire to be in their futures. Not to mention all of the valuable skills students learn from marching band, such as time management, communication, and leadership growth. So it's really important to us to see this 50-year legacy continue because so many alumni have built up such a tight-knit community surrounding this marching band. So we need your help to make sure that more students have the opportunity to take part in this amazing activity. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Jillian Ray. I'm the advisor for the robotics team for the Live Oak High School. I'm going to pass it off to two of our leaders who will speak more about the club.
My name is Catherine Trod, and I'm a sophomore at Live Oak.
So our robotics team is a club that is open to all students who work in different departments to build a robot in less than 2 months that can complete a task for a game that changes yearly. Our team has grown in numbers substantially, starting with less than 10 members in 2019 to a current number of 45 members. Our team is completely student-run by students who form a leadership group along with guidance from our mentors. Some things that we have accomplished since founding our team are winning the Rookie All-Star Award in 2019, which led us to the FRC World Championships. Also, we became finalists at the Monterey Bay Regional in 2022. One thing that makes our team unique is the amount of outreach that we do. At Live Oak, we host summer camps and STEM nights with elementary and middle school kids to teach them STEM skills and teach them why STEM can be beneficial for their future.
Is there a next slide? Next slide, please. My name is Camila Romo. I am also a student at Live Oak High School. Our robotics team, as stated earlier, is completely student-run. That entails that we ourselves work extremely hard, especially our business department, to raise money for ourselves. And we raise this money through reaching out to sponsors, grants, scholarships, and fundraisers. And all this money is applied to materials that we use to make a robot, which can come out to quite a big cost. Sorry. And all this money goes to making the robot, materials we use to make that robot, as well as scholarships that we do use in order to make our club accessible for everybody. Because most of the time, it takes about $35,000 yearly in order for us to be able to be accessible to everybody, allow everybody to go to our competitions, to build our robot, and to supply the needs that we need to in order to execute it. Now, our team is growing every year, as we stated earlier, from 2019, from 10 students to now 45, and has been growing substantially and consistently every single year. Now, the gist of this is that we would appreciate the continued support to our team to help maintain our team, grow our knowledge, and in order to keep our club equitable. Our club not only prepares students for the future and supplies them with leadership opportunities, but it also helps increase our students' interest in STEM classes, such as math classes and STEM classes, and taking advanced classes and motivates them to know more. Most of our robot, in order to build it, uses a lot of physics and trigonometry in order to find out angles and lengths of stuff that we need to do. Because of this, the process, and with your guys' support, we can become more equitable to everybody, buy better equipment in order to expand our knowledge and adapt to our ever-growing members of our team. Robotics helps not only grow kids' interests in STEM, but it also teaches students very important skills, as I myself have also learned so many important skills that I would have never even learned without this club. So many leadership skills and skills that will prepare me for the workforce. Thank you.
Good job.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Rojas. I am one of the academic counselors at Live Oak High School.
And I'm Rafael Garcia Sendejas. I'm also one of the academic counselors at Live Oak High School.
We'll be sharing a little bit about our role at Live Oak. As a counseling team, we meet with students, all students, one-on-one, twice a year at least, once in the beginning of first semester and again in the beginning of second semester. During these one-on-one meetings, we review grades, transcripts, credit completion and graduation status, and their future goals. We support with the implementations of SST, 504s, and IEPs. We provide students with resources like after-school tutoring, scholarships, outside programs like Kelso, Boys and Girls Club, summer internships, and much more. We'll also go to all the classrooms. Usually we pick either the English class or a class where we can target all students, and we provide them with A through G requirements. that are high school requirements, and we also give them the A through G requirements that are required for UCs and CSUs. We provide them with college and career information, financial aid information, course registration for the next year, PSAT and SAT information, and important dates. We host daily college and scholarship support. So we're always available during tutorial, 7th period, or after school to work on these applications for all our students. Next slide, please.
Next slide. The Academic Counseling Office is proud of the connections it has made with students and families. To be able to come into the counseling office and just talk to their counselors freely, we have an open door policy. If students are welcome to come in as well as their parents. We are especially proud of the increase in Spanish-speaking parents that have increased in stopping by in our office and just feeling more comfortable in talking to their counselors. We've also drastically increased our parent engagement. There is a monthly newsletter that goes out to parents and families in both English and Spanish, where we detail what we are doing that month, as well as any important dates and important information that we would want them to know. We also have after-school presentations and consistent communication with parents, again, via meetings, phone calls, and emails. The Academic Counseling Office sees at minimum 60 students a day, supporting LOHS in its efforts to increase graduation rates and CSU and UC eligibility. We also support administration of standardized tests and include SATs, PSATs, and AP testing. Next slide, please.
Right here, we have some images of the things that we've been involved with. In the center, we can see all 4 counselors, including Veronica Calderon and Aaron Thomas when we did Decision Day last year. We have on the top right corner our event with Banda and Grupo. So this event welcomes all students. We also have hype buttons and money noises that encourage your students to do well when they complete a course, when they complete an application, when they get accepted into a college, they click the hype button, just celebrating them and their accomplishments. And the money one is encouraging students to complete their financial aid. So it's been very successful with our students, makes them happy, makes the counseling team happy, seeing them happy. Right on the top left, you see little notes where students have been filling out where they've been accepted to, and we've been spreading them around the counseling office. So again, celebrating their accomplishments. And we have a picture of our counseling office with students working there as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Louise Polito. I'm the wellness counselor at the Live Oak High School. Let me get that right. Okay, so actually, I'd like to say that I don't work alone. First off, I can't do what you see here on the slide without the support of our wellness assistant. She's not here tonight, but her name is Diamond Rubalcaba. The Wellness Center is a safe space on our Live Oak campus that offers support to students, social emotional support. I actually thought about some of the things that Stephanie just mentioned that are important as parts of our environment, is that it's actually a unique space on campus and providing a safe space, but very comfy and very warming and welcoming to students. And I hear students say a lot of times when they walk in, they're really happy to have that space because there's no other space on campus like it. Students' visits range anywhere from a check-in to multiple sessions over a series of weeks, and our continued care with some of our partner agencies such as Rebecca's Counseling, Community Solutions, and also Discovery Counseling. Our students use the Wellness Center as a calm space to regulate emotions, help manage stress, improve focus, and enhance their overall well-being before returning back to class. In our first semester, we were able to capture some data from September to December Of this year, we had 1,308 counseling visits and also 1,115 visits during brunch and lunch. As I mentioned, this is a busy space, so we try to make sure it does provide students opportunity to self-regulate, have social connection, increase their sense of belonging, and also just having a safe space to come and talk when they need to do that. As of right now, we have 141 referrals. Some of those are check-ins, but most of those are mental health counseling support. Additional services that were provided this year include restorative circles, small group counseling, peer-to-peer support, student mental health advocacy, special events and activities, motivational guest speakers, which I'll actually use this as a plug-in as well. Next week, we will have a motivational speaker at Live Oak, which is the first in probably, I don't know, maybe before COVID. So I really, I work hard to collaborate with administrators and also teaching staff to have these types of events for students. We have a fall and spring resource fair, and we also help facilitate student voices, which is part of empowering our student voice to speak up and to be active and actively engaged, and also participation in the things that they need. And the last part, I'd like just for you to know that the 11th graders are the ones that are most frequently using our space, and it's followed by 10th graders, then 9th, and then lastly, our 12th graders. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, our environment is like no other space on campus. It does provide a little bit more of a peaceful ambiance. We, as you can see, there are pictures there to partner with some of our community agencies to support our LGBTQ community. We also have small groups that provide a sense of a safe space for students to come in and share collectively on a common reason, such as social connection or grief support. Student voices, as I've mentioned, we've collaborated with Mr. Pierce, who helps oversee our mental health club, and raising students to really advocate for mental health services, and also recognizing important things throughout the school year, and helping students with prevention, intervention, postvention in regards to risk assessments, suicide prevention, things like that. We also have special events, as I mentioned, resource fair. As you can see, students can come and do activities at our tables. So it's a great and vibrant place. What I should say is I cannot do this alone. Last month, I know our district has made some cuts. One of those cuts was the wellness assistants. It is really hard to do this work at this capacity without the support of an assistant. So I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'll be speaking on behalf of Ms. Ebony Lucatero. She is our freshman on track coordinator, but we work really closely. So, the work that we do with her and help her and support her. So she is in our counseling office. What the freshman on track coordinator does is she provides academic and social emotional support to incoming 9th graders as they navigate their first year of high school. She checks in to review students' grades and attendance. She does after-school study groups every Tuesdays. In the spring, freshman coaches visit the middle schools or their incoming 9th grade students to familiarize themselves with students that will be entering high school and give them expectations and just kind of give them a talk about what high school is going to be like. Freshman celebrations are held once a semester. Staff nominate a student to be recognized for their positive behavior and success in the semester. This school year, we celebrated 115 freshmen. They were recognized for their success that they have done in their first year of high school. Next slide, please.
Well, that is a little bit about what Live Oak is and what Live Oak does. Thank you very much for giving us that opportunity. Any questions?
Well, thank you, first of all. That was just a wonderful presentation from the Live Oak.
Yes, we got
High School. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if there are any comments or questions. Trustee Altman.
Go nuts. QA, I did appreciate what you were talking about. I think, I just really appreciate the honesty and acknowledging issues and a willingness rather than just sweeping it under the carpet. It wasn't a dog and pony show. It was truly some showing that there's a lot of deep thought in how to support all of the students. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Any other comments? Any other comments? Dr. Montes.
Thank you, President Escoto, and thank you to the Live Oak High School team. My questions were for Ms. Schmidt as an EL facilitator or Principal Diaz. I appreciate you highlighting the 169 students who are identified as English language learners and the 119 that are long-term English learners. And then also thinking about the 50 that are not, right? To what extent, if any, do these students join the dual immersion pathway or participate in that program?
So the students that are considered the newcomers do have the option, obviously, of going into the world geography course. Even though mostly freshmen do tend to take it as dual immersion students, it is available to students of any grade level, but they definitely do also participate in our world language Spanish class program. And to be very honest, right, there's a lot to be said. When you learn one language and let's say you learn it academically fully and well, you're able to transfer those literacy skills from one language to the other. And so even though some people sometimes ask, like, why would you put them in a Spanish class if they already speak Spanish? It's because we want to build their proficiency, their knowledge in like argumentative essay writing, which then if they learn it in English, they'll be able to carry it over. So we do definitely encourage and they are participating in those courses.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the update there. And then for the students that are not long-term English language learners or identified as long-term English language learners, what do supports look like for them?
So in addition to the classes, so this year was the first year where the populations are separated, so that way their needs can be met more fully for each of the two groups, right? So there's classes for the newcomers. So obviously they need a lot more when it comes to the development of the grammar knowledge and the vocabulary. In addition to that, we as a site did, the teacher did ask us if we could provide Rosetta Stone licenses, and we did. We saw that it was something benefit. The kids do have access to that. They use it after hours and things like that. The teacher does include that like a kind of like an assignment, a weekly assignment that they're expected. And then the teacher that we have also does very targeted ELD to like focus tutorials. So that way she focuses on the levels as needed on certain days of the week, right? It makes more sense than like just an open and a free for all where it's more difficult to meet the needs of the all. So then she does have targeted tutorial scheduled days. In addition
to ELD, we also in our English classes, every single student takes an English class. Almost every assignment is now presented in both English and Spanish and in a multitude of different scaffolds. So we're using sentence frames and a lot of our focus is on helping these students develop in our English classes as well as with ELD.
I would say like even some of their novels, they're moving towards like graphic novels, right? So then they have the benefit of the visual to support the language aspect there, and or they give them the option of also doing if the graphic isn't available, they make every attempt to find a Spanish version of the novel that is read so that they have something to refer back to as needed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Trustee Knudsen.
I just want to congratulate the Live Oak High School for a clear sense of a positive environment this year and an academic community. Having such a large group come tonight was refreshing, and everyone was positive and very clear with their message. So I appreciate all of you. Great job on the graduation rates, and hopefully this year we'll continue with that. I have a question in terms of your dual immersion program. I don't know if your numbers are expanding each year as new students come in, or I would hope that you would be able to expand your offerings each year as you get more and more students.
Yes, that is the goal. And I will say that one of my goals, thinking forward of another course, I can say that initially the program had been thought out of doing like the social studies, the histories classes in Spanish, but based on student input, if they were doing the classes like in Spanish, they were kind of losing the opportunities of the AP level coursework, right? So then that was kind of a detriment to them. So then we thought, nope, let's like reconsider that. My hope is to be able to, with ethnic studies, that's going to be soon around the corner, a requirement. I would love to offer an ethnic studies class section in Spanish for the dual immersion. I think that would be a great, and any other student who wants to take it in Spanish, right? Not just for them. I think that would be a great experience. But yes, we are definitely wanting to expand. We just need to kind of always looking for staff that is content area, but also has a BCLAD in order to be able to then just consider what other areas curricular areas can be taught in Spanish. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Other comments, questions?
Trustee Knudsen, an idea that I know the Live Oak is considering is utilizing dual enrollment to be able to offer advanced courses for these dual immersion students. I wanted to take a moment, Principal Diaz, 25 years at Live Oak.
24? Yeah.
24 years, yes. Live Oak High School, as many of you know, is one of the oldest high school in the state of California, and it has a storied life. It has a storied story. And so I know that, our aim is to return the school to glory, and I know that it is absolutely on its way. I appreciate you for your leadership, for having invested so many years in the classroom and then stepped out to become an assistant principal, and now the principal, and you're at the helm of an amazing high school. And I think you all did a fantastic job describing how complex and how complicated it is to ensure that we deliver on that first LCAP goal, which is college and career readiness. And I commend you for the diverse options and offerings that we provide our students. And so thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the entire team for modeling what John Hattie says is one of the most important variables when transforming our schools, and it's collective efficacy. It's when the entire organization is rowing in the same direction. So thank you for your leadership as well. And to our students, we believe in you, and we are here to make sure that you are successful, and know that you have a governance team that is fully behind you to make sure that we provide the very best. And to our parents, wave your hands if you're Live Oak parents. As is exemplified in our second LCAP goal, which is around parent and community engagement, thank you for working with us to ensure that the focus remains on our students. Thank you.
I'd like to, if we don't, do we have any other comments, any questions? Trustee Gardner.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. That was really good. And my daughter went to Live Oak and graduated in 2016. So I really appreciate the energy and effort that you're putting into building the school.
Thank you.
In the direction you're going. But I have a question, and I really appreciate QA's transparency, because I'm sure that wasn't easy to address, but especially on the math scores. I'm not a teacher, and I acknowledge that openly, but I do have a concern that teaching, there can be trends within the industry. For example, the phonics losing its footing, and that was in the 1990s, and we've just 30 years later, we're coming back to reclaiming that. I am worried, and I have shared my concern repeatedly about this new math framework and the writing of it. And I know in the drafting of it, I believe the word struggle or struggling was mentioned over 75 times. And with the content behind that being, you learn best when you're struggling. I personally don't learn best when I'm struggling, and I know my daughter doesn't either. So I am concerned with where we are in our school and in the nation, where we are with this math framework and the teaching of the math. Clearly, there's something going on with math. It's showing, and I'm concerned about it. If you could speak to that, I would really appreciate it.
What I can say is being, in my experience prior to, let's say, with Common Core, even where the language component came into even the math area, there was a very big change. And Mr. Camargo also here has the math background, but myself as an observer, I would administer exams or whatnot, but students that came to us, like let's say English learners that came to us, maybe with little to no English language knowledge, but it was different for them. We would, they'd get a formula and they'd be able to kind of follow along and, oh, I know that. And it would be able to demonstrate some of, some knowledge and skills. But yes, the Common Core with the inclusion of a lot more, the word problems having to do then, not just get not just get an answer, but then the explanation that goes with it. Then yes, that's where we start to see the challenges or some of those struggles that do affect students with a limited English knowledge within the math area. I'm going to allow Mr. Camargo, math is his background, to kind of go ahead and kind of give his insights.
Thank you for that question. And it's reassuring. And I want to tell you, because when we go into those meetings, those PLT meetings with my math teachers, and I'm going to commend them because they do get pushed on very difficult decisions and how do you grow as a math team as a whole. And they're answering those difficult decisions every week and even daily with me. And it's been reassuring for that, because we want to see those scores grow, but we also care about each and every student and how we support them in the classroom. So those discussions have been at times, very rigorous, but also just, my opinion versus your opinion, but we're all on the same page. And it's been reassuring to know that we want kids to succeed, and we're going to tackle those challenges as best we can. And I commend my math teachers because they're always on the front line. And I was too, when I was a math teacher, we're always on the front line to say, how do we increase scores? And my math teachers have really done a good job to tackle the situation head on. And it's been awesome to see what we're going to show you next year.
Thanks. So I'm also on Secondary Curriculum Council. Shout out to Diana. We know that the math framework is a 1,000 something word page document. We created a task force for that, to look at that. There's a term that educators use all the time. It's called the zone of proximal development. I don't want Jazz Green to come into my classroom to use Jazz Green as an example, because she's my former student. All of these are like, that's going to be my potential student, but all these are my former students. But what happens is that there's this term called zone of proximal development, where what happens is it's the art of the struggle, right? It's like, you don't want to push your kids to the edge where they're struggling so much, where they burst into tears and they tell their mom about it and they shouldn't, when it was being mean to them. But there is a kind of struggle in the classroom where, like, you can do this if you apply yourself, right? That's the struggle that we hope to talk about when it comes to that math framework, right? It's a struggle with supports and the scaffolds that we use in the classrooms. And I have absolute, I'm going to echo Fernando and Veronica, that I have absolute faith in my math teachers in order to do that, to clarify that there is a struggle, but you're going to do this and you're going to do this with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, QA, for that.
Oh, sorry. And
Yes,
actually, I have
Trustee
one.
Gardner.
Thank you. I have one more question. I'm just wondering, and you can maybe help me understand, did the GPA boost made available with the addition of the 7th period contribute to the graduation rate increase? Maybe you can explain how that may or may not have affected things.
So the addition of the 7th period doesn't necessarily, like with the GPA boost, right? When we talk about a GPA boost at the high school level, we talk about certain advanced or honors levels classes that, because they're taught at a certain level of rigor, like college level, those classes get that GPA boost. But the 7th period, the addition of the 7th period has helped students who are on different, have different needs. So for example, when the 7th period came on, I had to send out a survey to students and say, what class would you like to now take? You signed up for 6, so you're going to get a 7th. A good number of students did ask for an additional AP class. So then yes, that would have helped their GPA boost, right? Because they've got another level, high level rigor class. At the same time, did it help our graduation rate? Yes, because what we were able to start to do in the past, credit recovery was relegated to after school. You do it on your own time. And now with the addition of the seventh period, we were able to offer online classes during part of the school day. So then that allowed students to make up their, if they were failing or if they wanted to remediate a D for a better grade in order to help their CSU eligibility. So yes, the addition of the seventh period did help us increase the graduation rate because more students were given opportunity part of their day and not now on your own time.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Comments? All right. Well, let me just leave a couple for you. And they're not so much questions, but really comments. I'm really pleased with the number of sections that you have, the AP sections. It was just phenomenal, the number that you quoted. The other comment that I wanted to make, really pleased that you're providing parents options to be engaged. And, certainly, using Zoom and, some of the other things that you talked about certainly would enhance that as well. And I was also pleased to hear that we have 45 members of the robotics team. When I first visited six years ago, I think they had less than 10.
Yes.
And what really struck me was that I think there was only one female in the group. How many females are there now, or percentage, I should say?
I would say that the majority of our leadership team now is like all female. I think there's like
Nice.
one male in it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, hey, as a father of a daughter and a grandfather of four females, I love that. It's just great to hear, because I was talking with people 6 years ago to see what we can do about, making that turn. And I'm glad it's happening. The other thing that I wanted to share, by the way, thank you for sharing that. I think you said it was approximately $35,000 to pay for the competitions, and I'm assuming other materials and supplies and that sort of thing. That's an annual amount? All right. Okay. So we got to get the word about that, because, there's money in this town, and we just, we need to ask. We need to figure out when and who to ask, but that's got to happen. I have a brother-in-law who's an engineer in Indiana, and he's one of the coaches of one of the top robotics teams, and he knows about the teams in California, and he's going to know about the Live Oak High School. Thank you so much, Principal. This was a wonderful presentation. Thank you all. Thank you all for your individual and collective contributions. There's a lot of pride up here that is felt because of the work that you've done.
Well,
So
and
thank
it's
you.
a collective work effort. So thank you very much to my administrative team, teachers, and students, right? You're the reason why we do this every day.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing, because,
Yes.
hang on. One last thing. Emerald Regime. Emerald Regime. I've been in this community for about 45 years. Emerald Regime is a part of the fabric of this community.
Very true. It is.
And, shout out to the parents, all of those parents, all of those years, for providing all of the work and support that they have. And certainly, this cohort of parents are worthy of our admiration as well. But, honestly, I wasn't into marching band until I got married. My wife is from the Midwest. Marching band is everything back there. And she comes from a community that would hold national championships. And years ago, Emerald Regime competed in Michigan City, Indiana. And they did that, I think, for a number of years in a row. And in the stands was my wife's family, who just loved marching band. And so every time we go back to Indiana, we take in a performance, and it's just wonderful. And so those of you who are not familiar with marching band, you would not believe just the amount of work that they put in to do all the synchronizing and plus the music is pretty darn good. So thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break to transition, and then we'll get right back to our next agenda item. All right, the next item on the agenda is G1. Approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of March 19th, 2024. Can I get someone to move to approve the minutes?
Mr. President, if I could we, I'd like to move to approve both G1 and G2 minutes from the last two meetings.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Can I get a second to that?
I second that request.
I'll second.
Thank
them
you,
too.
Dr. Montes. And student board member Tour, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we got K3. All right, so next up is K3. And we'll get to it as soon as I could find it. Consider appointment of Measure G Citizens Oversight Committee member, Senior Citizen Group Representative. Assistant Superintendent Timbo, excuse me, will introduce and present this item.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Unfortunately, Ms. Ferris was not able to join us tonight, but I have some information about her, so I'll introduce her to you. Catherine Ferris has been in Morgan Hill for over 20 years and has grown to love and care for the city and would like to support our city by joining this committee. She has been on 2 boards for over 5 years, the Kiwanis Board and the Blue Lotus Center. She was also says that she was on the Turnaround Scholarship Committee for Kiwanis for 3 years, and her task was to qualify and choose high school students at Sobrato, Live Oak, and Central to receive college or trade school certificates. So she is our applicant for the COC, and at your pleasure, we'd love to have her serve with us.
Great, thank you. We'll now move on to approve this appointment of the candidate. Can I have a motion?
I motion to approve the appointment as recommended by staff for the Measure G Citizens Oversight Committee, Senior Citizen Group Representative.
Thank you, Trustee Montes. And a second, please.
I second that.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Student Board Member Tour, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, now, and thank you. Thank you as well. All right, now we're going to move to public comment. There's a statement that I need to read. Members of the public may address the board on any topic not listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the attention of the board may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board publicly or privately in a future meeting. Comments by visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes. I just also want to provide a comment here. As I mentioned in previous board meetings, every member of our community has a right to speak to this board, and you have 3 minutes to do so. But no one has a right to increase the time of one community member over another. So I'm just saying that in the event that there was an expectation that someone was going to yield their time. The other thing that I wanted to share with you, in our bylaws, we set aside 20 minutes for public comment. I'm going to suspend that because of the number of people who wish to speak to the board, and that is a total of 29 people. So we're talking in well over an hour of public comment. Those of you that may represent a particular group who represent a particular perspective, rather, something I want you to consider, and you certainly aren't obliged to comply with my request, but something to consider is that if someone is able to articulate the same message that you have, then maybe we can dispense with, kind of a longer meeting that we don't have to have. So with that, without further ado, and we also have speakers on Zoom too. So we'll get started. Our first speaker is Keith Rotkin. Hi, Keith.
Hello. Hi. Good evening, everyone.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Wait, hey, do we have a timer on for Keith? Is the timer on for 3 minutes? Okay. Sorry, Keith.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I would like to talk about fiscal transparency. At the March 5th board meeting, I had brought up concerns with the funding of the Face Center. When Trustee Altman asked if we could use the money from the Face Center to keep the wellness individual, Superintendent Garcia said they are two different funds and the Face Center funding is use it or lose it. And the Face Center only costs the district $50,000. I inquired into where the $261,994 salary of the director of the Face Center was coming from. And I was told, and I quote, in the current fiscal year, 2023-24, the salary for the Director of Family and Community Engagement is split between the unrestricted general fund, LCFF supplemental, at 82% and the adult education fund at 18%. Next fiscal year, 2024-25, that salary will be 100% funded through the adult education fund. 82% of $261,000 is $214,865. Let me repeat that. $214,835, excuse me. $214,835 was siphoned off of the general fund to pay for the Face Center in 2023-2024. Actually, no, let me rephrase that. $214,835 that we know of was siphoned off the general fund to pay for the Face Center in 2023-2024. And now we have to lay off 2 APs, the wellness assistant, and who knows who else because the district doesn't have enough money for them. But Superintendent Garcia told Trustee Altman the Face Center only cost the district $50,000, so that doesn't add up. Well, that's a technicality. Moving forward, the director's salary will be coming from the adult education fund, but it had not been that way in the past. So while the Face Center may only cost the district $50,000 from here on, it has cost the district a lot more than that in the past. Will running the Face Center come from a use it or lose it grant fund? Yes. But did running the Face Center come from a use it or lose it grant fund? As I learned, it most certainly did not. And that's all I know about so far. I'm trying to find out how much it has cost the district to set up the Face Center and where the money came from. I've yet to hear back to my formal records request, but rest assured, when I find out, you all will know too. Now, lest anyone think I'm against the Face Center, this is not the case. I believe the Face Center is a great concept, but it's not something the MHUSD should be undertaking, especially at the cost of our children's education. The Face Center is a concept that should have been run by the city. I speak for many parents when I say I am deeply disturbed by the fact that funds which could have gone to help educate our students and pay for wellness assistants, TOSAs, Paras NEPs, who since have been let go, have been siphoned off to set up the Face Center. Our children's education has been compromised by the Face Center, and that is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Our next speaker is Veronica. Please, if you could dispense with the applause, we need to move on. We've got now 33 speakers. So if you could dispense with the applause, we can move on. Veronica, I don't have your last name, but Veronica is the next speaker. Hang on, Veronica. We're going to set the timer for you.
All right. I feel like a singer. Oh my God.
All right, Veronica.
All right. Hello, my name is Veronica Calderon. I am a proud Live Oak High School alumni and currently the 11th grade school academic counselor at Live Oak. Oh my God, why am I so nervous? One could say I never left, but I am a proud product of Morgan Hill. A little about me, I am a first-gen Latina, first in my family with a master's degree. It is because I had access to a high school academic counselor that I am here today. I am here to speak on behalf of the Live Oak High School academic counselors.
School academic counselors are educational professionals who address the unique academic, career, and school social emotional needs of all students. This means that we are relationship builders, school-wide collaborators, collaborative partners, peacemakers, agents of change, social firefighters, and the support system for students, parents, teachers, administrators. We are helpers, de-escalators, givers of love and hugs, taskmasters, school leaders, mentors, student advocates, nose wipers, hand holders, game players, feeling specialists, balance creators, bulletin board makers, group counselors, individual counselors, parents, parent and guardian counselors, faculty and staff counselors, observers, and barrier removers. We are the glue. With the support of school academic counselors, the graduation rate at Live Oak has increased to 96%. In 2023. 50% of students were UC and CSU eligible. We meet with all students and provide college and career support, review grades, credit completion, graduation status, connect students with resources around campus and the community. We also support seniors with scholarship and financial aid support. Lastly, we offer support to all of our parents and informing them in both English and in Spanish about events, college and career info, and their students' academic status. The fact of the matter is that we are a cohesive unit of 4. You see 3, but we are 4. I am not a public speaker, and as you can see, I am nervous as I stand before you. But I feel like I need to do this for our fellow counselors because I want to advocate for our students. For our community, we urge the board and the district to hear our input and collaborate with us about the future of academic counselors and the program. As we deliberate budget cuts, let us remember that eliminating counselor positions would be removing a vital pillar from negatively impact our students' holistic growth. So let us pledge to support our student academic counselors, advocate for their roles, and ensure that every student receives the guidance they need to thrive academically, emotionally, and personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Our next speaker is Anahita. Hello, Anahita.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Anahita, a Paradise parent. I'm here today to express my concerns with Dr. Garcia's vision, contextualize them against the backdrop of our last 3-year academic decline and a significant projected deficit ahead. After my recent conversation with Dr. Garcia, I learned about her vision of creating district-wide instructional leadership team. This strategy is based on a research that's known for dismissing critical influences such as classroom sizes. I find this inherently problematic. If you ask any teacher here today, they will emphasize the significance of class size on the quality of education for their students, especially in elementary years. Unfortunately, Dr. Garcia has yet to address the pressing academic issues specific to our district from the ground up. While her spending exacerbates our financial instability and her proposed cuts at the school level will further worsen our academic decline. Dr. Garcia's continuation of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on expensive motivational speakers, conferences, retreats, and redundant training has significantly impacted our district finances. This puts us toward a total collapse by 2026. It's worth noting that despite the budget cuts, crisis, layoffs, and 10% reduction in every school budget already, several of these contracts still extend well into 2024. Additionally, the district has created a culture resulting in talent retention and attraction challenges. The district's hiring of certified employees like RBTs or third-party Saturday school program on costly contracts is wasteful and raises doubts about Dr. Garcia's vision in fostering an inclusive and cohesive culture for all. As the board and the stewards of our taxpayer dollars, you must ensure that a student's success is the primary metric guiding our spending every day, every month, and every year. Every allocation must serve the best interest of our students, your stakeholders, Any initiative that strains our budget without demonstrating tangible benefits must be thoroughly scrutinized. Defining clear benchmarks such as academic growth and financial stability is crucial in establishing success criteria for a superintendent. And Dr. Garcia's performance should adhere to a defined timeline, not a span of 5 years, as she had mentioned in my one-on-one with her. That's almost the entire duration of our children's elementary schooling, where their foundation of learning is built. We urge you to hear our concerns today, reassess the superintendent's performance, and collaboratively explore transparency.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christiana Cam. Is Christiana here? I'm assuming you're Christiana.
I'm Christiana.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Christiana Kamen. I'm a first grade teacher at Los Paseos Elementary School. We are here to address our concerns regarding the potential cuts to our assistant principals at our elementary schools. My colleagues and I stand before you today to express the profound impact the loss of our assistant principal, Stormy Sutton, will have on our students and our school community as a whole. For the past 2 years, having 2 full-time administrators on site has allowed us to implement vital programs and initiatives that directly benefit our students. One such initiative is the formation of social skills groups, providing our students with the necessary tools to navigate social interactions and build meaningful relationships. Additionally, regular meetings have been held to identify and implement supports for students who require assistance with behavior and academic challenges. These interventions are essential in ensuring that all of our students have the opportunity to succeed academically and socially. In addition, the presence of 2 dedicated administrators has doubled the support available to our families. In a time where the needs of our students and families are greater than ever before, the loss of Mrs. Sutton would severely diminish our ability to provide the necessary support and resources to those who need it most. Mrs. Sutton is an advocate of restorative justice, providing avenues for students to make amends and fostering a positive school culture. Her willingness to engage in tough conversations with students and parents about behavior is unparalleled. I'm going to skip ahead. Removing Mrs. Sutton from her full-time position at our school would be detrimental to both students and staff alike. It would deprive our students of crucial support systems and resources, hindering their ability to thrive academically and socially. It would also place undue strain on our remaining staff members, compromising their ability to effectively meet the needs of our students. In conclusion, I urge the school board to reconsider the decision to reduce Mrs. Sutton's role at our school. Our students deserve the best possible chance to success, and retaining Mrs. Sutton as a full-time administrator is vital in achieving this goal. Let us not undermine the foundation of our education system, but instead let us invest in the future of our students and our community. Lastly, I implore the board to explore alternative areas for budget cuts that do not directly impact the teachers and students in our district. There are likely other avenues where savings can be achieved without sacrificing the crucial support and resources that our students need to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Christiana. Our next speaker is Teresa Colbert. Hello, Teresa.
Hi, thank you. My name is Teresa Colbert. I'm a first grade teacher at Barrett. I'm very concerned about the deep budget cuts and how they're going to impact both staff and students. We've been told that the district is going to prioritize the impact on staff and students. However, the current plan for reductions will have huge ramifications on both of those groups. As a first grade teacher, I'm highly anxious at the thought of filling elementary classes to the brim. It's hard enough now to meet the needs of each child and try to exit them on grade level. How can teachers possibly give students what they need with even more students in our classes? How can I do small guided reading groups? How can I meet one-on-one with students during writing time? How can I give struggling kids in math extra attention? In addition, combination classes are a huge detriment to all students. There must be a way to cut funding that doesn't directly impact students with huge classes or combinations. Cutting our TOSA positions, both at the district and site level, will decrease support to students and teachers. The TOSAs at our site give extra support to students who need it, especially in reading, phonological awareness, and math. Without them, my job as a classroom teacher becomes even more overwhelming if my efforts to give them the support that they need. With the loss of 1.5 TOSAs at Barrett, less than 30 students will be seen for reading and none for math. How can we possibly choose which students will get intervention and which ones will continue to struggle? In addition, returning TOSAs to the classroom will push out our temporary teachers. When will the TOSAs know what's going on? What is the timeline for this? Staff morale across the district is at an all-time low, especially with the primary teachers. The uncertainty of it all feels like a huge weight on our shoulders. As a board, I implore you to ask about how much money the district is paying out to contractors like Greenfield, SVMI, Angie Freeze, Mentor to the Principals, to name just a few. How are programs like iReady, ESGI literally costing the district? What about the FACE Center? Is anyone even asking if these programs are effective? Are these programs and contractors impacting just a handful of students or all of our students and teachers? It feels like the majority of our budget cuts are coming from the teachers. Why aren't more administrative positions being cut at the district office? How did the superintendent reach the decision to principal from Barrett? We have a high percentage of English language learners, families with low socioeconomic status, in addition to 3 special education classes. Our assistant principal, Kim Silva, is a huge asset to our school, and her loss will be felt tremendously by both students and staff. Teachers can continue to do our jobs without much, but we cannot do this work without each other. Get rid of unnecessary technologies, underutilized programs, and excessive contracted positions. I implore you to work together as a board to truly keep the cuts away from the students and the classrooms as you promised. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Our next speaker is on Zoom, and that is Natalie Lara. She's not on there? All right, we'll come back to her. David Galvan. David, are you here? Our next speaker is David Galvan. All right, we'll get back to David. Next speaker is it Jeannie Shao? Did I pronounce that correctly? Yeah. All right.
For a seat, but I will
All right.
come right up here.
Hey, hang on. We'll set your time here. All right. Thank you, Jane. You're up.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. Back in the spring of 2020, the board yourselves convened a budget committee for the 2020-2021 budget when you faced a 15% reduction in revenues. I understand that Mary Patterson and John Horner from the current board and Jim Levis from the union were on this committee. There are documented notes from May 12th, 20th, and 27th of 2020. And from the notes on May 12th, it was said that no decisions will be made until more information is known on the state budget. The board constructed a budget committee, which followed a process for making budget decisions, including a timeline and established guiding principles for budget reductions. This approach exemplified diligence, and a balanced budget was approved. The board and leadership doesn't seem to be taking this approach today. I believe that the numbers tell the story. The big spend, which has occurred over the last 3 years, was in full swing in 2022-23. From the budget document, approximately 116 FTEs were added, which were the driving factor for the start of a large repeatable annual budget deficit that, if allowed to continue, will dissolve the reserves and bankrupt the district. The adopted budget document shows a table that states some of the roles that were added and includes 50 teachers, which fund the TK program, which was required, a new PE program that included 20 FTEs, 5 TOSAs, and 8 FTEs to staff the new 7th period in the high schools, 4 counselors, and 18 administrative positions. Some of them look like they could have been part of the FACE Center. I can't tell, but there was also one that looked to be part of the Wellness Center. This totaled 5 new programs in 1 year. Was it assessed? Did we know if we could afford these things not long-term? And we are now in a budget free fall, and the endless array of resources that this leadership thinks that the school can provide is not sustainable. Morgan Hill Unified School District had a wonderful, solid financial cushion, which is eroding and will bankrupt us. We were at 24.6 reserves, which is a sound number that is shared by many districts in the area and is fiscally responsible. I can cite multiple districts in the 22 to 28% range. The next year, the budget, the reserves fall to 18.2, 11.2, then 4%, and then there's nothing left. The information is from the current graph in the presentation from the Finance Department last month in March. I'm calling on the board to take action now before we run out of money. Action should include forming a budget committee and holding the superintendent accountable for this egregious spending.
Our next speaker is Michelle Raymond. Michelle, are you here? All right, we'll get back to Michelle. Next speaker is Crystal Price. Is Crystal Price here? Next, we'll come back to her. Next speaker is Howard Barnes. Hello, Howard.
Hi, hello. Howard Barnes, social studies teacher at Ansorbado High School. For as long as I've worked in this district, school board trustees have prided themselves on keeping a balanced budget. For most of you, I've heard you say to me in person that your number one priority as a board trustee is to keep a balanced budget. Extreme austerity measures were enacted in the past, leading to some of the lowest salaries and benefits for employees in the county and Bay Area, while being staffed as close to the maximum number of students per teacher as possible to keep a balanced budget. What has changed? 140 new hires for one thing. This includes, I've recently learned, hiring executive coaches for the supers and principals. What even is an executive coach? I'm guessing it's an assistant or an advisor. Doesn't that mean 2 hires for one position? These choices and others, such as the addition of 7th period, has led to schools reaching above capacity, leading to the sharing of classrooms between teachers. Don't say that our current budget crisis is because of one-time funds. Everyone knew these were temporary. Were permanent programs or hires based on those temporary funds? Don't say teacher raises. You budgeted for that. When the negotiating teams are at the table, the district makes it very clear what percentage raise the district has budgeted for and can afford. To blame the current financial situation on our asking for inadequate pay is entirely inaccurate. Don't say California budget shortfalls. Other districts around us are not having the same budgetary problems that we are. Anyway, here we are. And now choices will have to be made on where to make the cuts. Please make those choices that have the least impact on mine and other teachers' classrooms, like the Wellness Center. I honestly don't think I could do my job anymore without the Wellness Center. Since COVID, the number of students needing immediate emotional support on campus during school hours has soared. Before COVID, I might have a few students who needed immediate support during the school day, a few per semester. Now it could be as often as a few times per week. So many times in the past few years, Martina Glenn has come to my room after a poor child has arrived at school that morning, completely unable to cope or deal with the day ahead of them. Martina walks them back to the Wellness Center, listens, and offers concrete counseling support. I can console, but I am not a counselor. But there needs to be 2 people in the Wellness Center for it to work effectively. There needs to be someone else to receive other students in the center and help them as best as possible until they can get that one-on-one support that they need and deserve. We don't need executive counselors. We need counselor support. This is just one example. Please make it a priority that you minimize the impacts on budget cuts to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Our next speaker is Shirley Antonio Arriaga. Shirley Antonio Arriaga. Come on up, Shirley.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hang on,
everyone.
Shirley. Make sure you get the timer on there. All right, go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shirley Antonio Arriaga. I'm currently a proud college senior at San Jose State University, majoring in industrial systems engineering. My journey to this point has been anything but straightforward, and it is thanks to the support of my high school academic counselors that I'm here today. I graduated from Live Oak High School in 2019. As a first-generation student, my high school junior journey was crucial to continue on to college. It is sad and heartbreaking to hear the possible cut of academic counselors. For me, they were and still are heroes behind the scenes. They guided me through the maze of college applications, scholarships, and academic challenges. I would like to acknowledge the important role of Live Oak High School team, Veronica, Jen, Joanne, and Erin played in my journey. They encouraged me to become a well-rounded student, to participate in clubs, activities, and outside of the classroom, to build a strong resume that would open doors for me in the future. And thanks to their guidance, I did just that, taking their advice about being well-rounded to heart. I carried this culture with me to college. I became a resource to my peers, serving as a peer advisor for the MESA engineering program, VP academics for Society of Latino Engineers, and I am happy to say I will be graduating with 2 internships under my belt and will begin my master's in fall. All of this leads back to the advice my high school academic counselors gave to me. Throughout my time in Live Oak High School, I was fortunate to be well connected with my counselors. To me, they are more than just advisors. They are mentors, advocates, and friends. Without academic counselors, many students, especially those from unprivileged backgrounds, would struggle to access higher education. Academic counselors work hard ensuring that every student has equal opportunities to succeed academically and professionally. Today, I find myself in a position I never imagined I would be in, advocating for the very people who played a crucial role in my life. Academic counselors are facing a threat to budget cuts, and I believe it is essential that we fight to keep them in our schools. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of countless students and empower the next generation of leaders, innovators, and pioneers. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Our next speaker is Monte Faber. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, you did. Monty Faber.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Please.
I stand here with my Paradise Valley parent groups and esteemed board. I'm here to ask you to reconsider the budget and the budget cuts. I think that has been echoing throughout this evening. Mental health crisis we have in this country, other services, arts, math, academic, everything. We need to really have a look at it and not accept cuts. I feel like as we go in, we are assuming that we're going to cut and we have to march down that road. I ask you to reconsider that and think deeply about the lives you're impacting. These are not numbers. This is not a factory. This is a community, human beings, families, mothers, fathers, children. We need to keep it all in consideration as we continue to build our community. We need funding for this, and I ask you to consider this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. Our next speaker is Angel Bonoes. Angel, are you here? All right, we'll come back to him. The next speaker is Saeed Zaigar. Zaid?
He's on Zoom.
Oh, he's on Zoom.
Yes.
All right, he was listed as in person. All right. Thank you.
Can you come back to him?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Yes, I'm here. Hello. Okay.
Saeed,
Thank you.
you're
Okay. I am on Zoom today as a concerned parent to discuss the efficacy of the Family and Community Engagement Center, FACE Center, an initiative that was established as a response to the state's priority on family engagement. But its fiscal management and its expansion in 2024 raises serious concerns. By centralizing family engagement, we inadvertently create barriers, making it harder for families to access the support they need given the economic decline of the last 3 years. The very essence of family engagement is rooted in the daily interactions that occur at each school site, where trust and relationships are built organically. It is within the school walls that parents and teachers collaborate, share concerns, and celebrate achievements. Our school teachers, staff, and administrators are the pillars of this engagement. They are the ones who greet our children every day, who know their names, their strengths, and their challenges. To strengthen family engagement, we must empower our schools, our home and school clubs, freeing up educators' schedules by providing them with the adequate support. This way, they can engage with any interested families, fostering a more inclusive and responsive educational environment. Yet here we are, facing budget cuts that threaten to undermine the very fabric of our school sites. These cuts will impact teachers and staff availability, increasing class sizes and reducing the resources necessary for our children to thrive. We must ask the tough questions. Is the spending of the Faith Center justified when our schools are suffering? What was the original intention of the Faith Center? What does the outcomes look so far? What are the established success criteria? And within what time frame should we expect to see successful outcomes? I urge the board to reconsider the allocation of funds to FACE. Let us redirect our resources to where they are most needed, at the school sites. Let us invest in our students, teachers, and our staff, ensuring they have the time and support to engage with families effectively. In conclusion, I implore the board to take a closer look at the spending on the Faith Center. Let us evaluate its impact and explore ways to enhance family engagement right where it matters most, in our schools. Together, we can ensure that every dollar spent is a step toward a brighter future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Saeed. Our next speaker is Jocelyn. Jocelyn? Hi, Jocelyn, come on up. Let's set your timer. All right.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Lara, and I am a student at Live Oak High School. Ever since my freshman year, Live Oak has offered an amazing support system to me and my peers, provided by the amazing Live Oak counselors. They not only provide academic support, but they also provide a safe place for students to confide in and offer a helping hand down this 4-year road we're all going down. My counselors had pushed me to be better, do better, and to never doubt myself. I have been able to exceed academically because of the support I receive. My counselors have provided useful academic resources to me when needed, and I have built a connection I'll truly cherish forever with my counselors. I don't know where I would be today without my counselors always advocating for me. So here I am today advocating for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Our next speaker is Claire Cabrera. Claire, are you here?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Claire.
Mrs. Cameron spoke very eloquently and I'm in support of her. I just wanted to say that I am both a parent and a teacher in our community, and I urge you to consider very carefully everything that everyone has said today.
Thank you, Claire. Our next speaker is a student by the name of Jennifer Ramirez Rivera. Jennifer, you here? Come on up. We're going to set your time clock here. All right. Please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Ramirez Rivera. I am a senior from Live Oak. I'm here to advocate for my counselors. I wanted to start off with the question, have any of you done any college applications? Or like raise your hands.
We can't answer you, but we'll nod.
Oh, okay. Well, it's more difficult, I would say, if you're like a first generation student. I myself had a whole different like difficulty for it. To give you some concept of it, pretend that you don't know anything about college. Sorry, I'm so different.
It's fine. You're doing fine.
You have no clue how to start your application or where to even begin with anything, like filling out information or what website you should be using. My counselors were able to help me with that. And then I was able to complete all my applications because of their help, but I couldn't hog one of my counselors' time because clearly there's other students who want to go to college and need the help and support. I thankfully had multiple counselors. I had CalSoap and future grad counselors to help me with my applications, and I was able to finish them all on time. I got accepted to a lot of colleges, thankfully. And it's without their help, I would never be able to even go to college. And it's safe to say that I owe all my college acceptance letters to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rodolfo Vega. Rodolfo, are you here? Come on up, Mr. Vega. Mr. Vega, we're going to set the, there we go. You're ready to go.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Rodolfo Vega. I'm a former student of Live Oak High School and as well a former teacher of the Sobrado High School. So with that being said, I'm here in support of one of my academic counselors, Veronica Calderon. Veronica, I've known her as a personal family friend for years, but not only that, when I was in high school, she was my academic counselor. Never in a million years did I ever think I would go to college. Neither would I have ever thought that I would be teaching at a college. Thanks to her immense help, I currently work as a college professor after my job was taken from me here at the district. You may laugh, but the one person that was there for me when I did lose my job was Veronica. Even though she wasn't my counselor in high school, even though she wasn't a counselor in college, she would still reach out time and time again asking, how are you doing? How's college going? You know, are you still doing good? Regañándome, you know, letting me know that there's a support system still very, very present. When I had gone to go become a teacher at Sobrado High School, the academic counselors that worked there as well were an immense help. I learned who my students were. I learned about them so much as if I had met them the day that they were born, just because of the information that all the academic counselors have given me. Nonetheless, the Wellness Center, they had given me so much information to help these students. As it is, it's very, very hard to help them when you have 45 students out on a PE track, right? To speak to each student individually, but to be told by your students that they want to speak to you as soon as possible because there wasn't enough space in the Wellness Center to get help from an adult is just, it's horrifying. And I'm sorry if that sounds rude to say, but I'm no counselor. As one of the other guests had said, that we're not counselors. We can't counsel. I can only teach. I'm a teacher. I can show them health. I can show them exercise. But how am I supposed to counsel them when the counselors that we need, really, there's no space? So if anything, from budget cuts, from these jobs being taken away, there should be more. There should be more. But not only that, like I had said, a big thanks to Veronica Calderon and my entire career as an adult and as well as in high school. Without her, I wouldn't be accepted to the colleges that I was accepted to. I wouldn't have gotten the multitude of scholarships that I received. And it's all thanks to her. I didn't know a single thing about college, like I said. Didn't know I'd ever go, but neither did I ever think that I'd become a college professor right after that. I graduated college in 3 years, and every single day, every step of the way, I knew I had one person supporting me, and it was my parents as well, but as well Veronica. She was there for me every step of the way. So I think really cutting away from these positions where you can trim off fat from other places, I think is very, very important. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I'm looking at about $1 million right in front of me.
The next speaker is Jocelyn. It's a student by the name of Jocelyn Rivera. Jocelyn? Come on up, Jocelyn. Let's set the timer. Hang on for just, there you go. You're ready to go.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Ramirez, and Jennifer's my cousin, and as well as Sarah, I'm a first gen. And I'm here to support my academic counselors because without them, the same process, like I didn't know about college. Well, I did know, but like the process fully, I wouldn't have like known without like just going after school to like meet my counselors and actually talk about it. They're like, have you gone and done your scholarships, or have you done your UC apps? And I feel like they were an immense help during my 7th period. I would just go in there and hang out with them because they will help me on things that were brand new to me. It was like, there were like mentors of some sort. Well, there were mentors. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. Yeah. Without them, I wouldn't have known about scholarships, like the UC application process. And without them and the support that they gave me, I wouldn't have been able to say, oh, I got admitted to these colleges, or like, oh, I want to explore like this like pathway. And I just want to say, like, having like just one counselor isn't enough, because I was able to connect with all of my counselors, like personally, on a personal level. And they were able to help me with the financial aid, like college FAFSA night. And I was able to introduce them to my parents, and they were like very helpful. And they showed their communication with my parents as well, even though they don't speak English.
And thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Our next speaker is, all I have is a last name. Last name is Barrios. We have a speaker here named, okay.
Buenas noches. Hola, mi nombre es Edith Barrios. Tengo dos hijos, un adolescente.
Señora, un momento.
Sí.
Okay.
Buenas noches. Hola, mi nombre es Edith Barrios. Tengo dos hijos, un adolescente y una niña de 3 años. Estoy aquí para agradecer a la superintendente Carmen García por el apoyo brindado en este tiempo.
Hi, good evening. My name
Close to the microphone, please, because we need to have Zoom.
Hi, good evening. My name is Edith Barrios. I'm here. I have 2 kids, one of 3 years, and the other one. ¿De qué año es el otro? 18. And the 18 years old. I'm here to.
If you can back away from the microphone just a little bit. There we go.
And I want to thank the superintendent for all the help that she has provided to me during all this time.
En lo personal, les contaré de mi experiencia que he tenido en los siguientes programas. Universidad de Padres ha sido de mucho aprendizaje para mí y mi familia. Al igual que en el Centro FACE, tomamos clases de inglés, español, computación y CABE, y muchos otros programas que se han ofrecido ahí.
¿Dónde está aquí? En personal, I want to tell a little bit about my story and what the FACE Center have offered to me. I have taken this, the following programs. Parents University has been very helpful for me. I have taken classes of computer, CABE, English, Spanish, and they have helped me with a lot of programs there in the FACE Center.
Estoy aquí muy contenta y entusiasmada por seguir aprendiendo en los programas brindados, también para toda la comunidad, al igual que a nosotros como padres de familia. Doy gracias y aprecio su gran esfuerzo y trabajo con toda la comunidad, para su bienestar, para así tener una mejor educación y llevar por un mejor camino de éxito a nuestros hijos. Gracias.
I am very happy and I'm very grateful to be able to learn and use all these programs and all the opportunities that those programs have brought to me. Thank you for all the help that the FACE Center is providing to my family and to all the parents and all the community.
Gracias, señora Barrios. Our next speaker is Maria de Lourdes. Maria, are you here? Hello, Maria. Maria, we're going to set the timer. You can begin.
Community involvement, parent and school staff members collaboration together, and all this for one purpose only, the success of our kids. These are the words that I've been hearing since my kid was in preschool. My name is Maria de Lourdes Ramos Cortez, and I have 3 children, 2 of them who have been already graduating from this school district, and 1 who is currently attending Barrett Elementary School. Today, I'm standing before you and to all those who are wondering if the FACE Center is making an impact. Let me tell you, I'm here because I'm very grateful to be part of this community and to thank to all of you the efforts you have made in adding celebration, Latino celebration to our schools. As a Latina, I always find myself looking for a place that feels like home, a place where I feel belong
and can confidently be myself. For the first time since being in this district, I have found the place in the Family Community Engagement Center, the FACE, where a year ago I received the benefit of taking classes given by professionals in learning how to be effectively communicate with my kids. I also have the opportunity to take art classes with my family and preparation classes with CAVE organization and how to be a community leader. I want to thank Superintendent Carmen Garcia for helping make this big change possible within our school district. Today, in the center phase, there is such a variety of classes that not only benefit many Latinos like me, but also senior citizens as well. There are Spanish classes, computer classes, ESL classes, mental health classes. There is also Project Aspire, parent projects with the police department, university parents, or Parents University, where we being instructed how we can help.
Thank you.
These classes are services that have
Maria.
such a positive impact on Latino communities, and they are opportunities that I, along with many like me, have been waiting for such a long time. Today, I ask the question, how do you not feel grateful with all the services and help that I obtain in this center that thrives on community, cultural diversity, and unity as like this school district promotes?
Thank you, Maria. Your time's up.
Because,
next speaker- our next speaker is
be able,
Sonia.
when we educate
Sonia, your
ourselves.
time is up. Please be respectful. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Bennett. Hi, Sonia.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to take.
Sonia, let's wait till, okay, you're ready to go.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to take too much time today. I do have my flashcards, but you all guys know everything about this. I'm here to talk about contracts today. I really would like everybody in this room on Zoom to get a better idea of all the contracts that are being signed off. There's an item on the agenda today, and it's about $500,000, and that's about 5 teachers at least. I understand that each one of these items is very important to the school district, but I think we have to understand the process of these, how they get approved, what the ROI is, return on investment. This is something that when I worked at corporate, at the same company Mr. Chambers worked at, we had the process. We had a return on investment for any line item. It didn't matter how much it cost, but we're looking at, I'm not going to even say it, but they're looking at $800 a day for one line item, $800 a day. And I would love to apply for this job because I think I'm extremely qualified for this. But when we're looking at some things that are such high in value, $71,000 for 4 months of a service, I think we all have to look at what's on this sheet with contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Our next speaker is Victoria Juarez Cruz. Hello, Victoria. You're going to provide translation as well?
Yes.
All right. Good begin.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Victoria Juárez Cruz. Soy madre de familia de 2 adolescentes que asisten a la escuela Britton en los grados 6 y 8. Hoy estoy aquí para agradecer el enorme trabajo que está haciendo la doctora Garcia y su equipo. Durante sus 2 años y medio que ha trabajado como superintendente, ha hecho un excelente trabajo y he visto muchos cambios.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Juarez Cruz. I'm a mother of 2 teenagers that attend Britton Middle School, grades 6 and 8. Today, I'm here to thank the great job that Dr. Garcia is doing during these 2 years and a half. She has working as superintendent in Morgan Hill. She has done an excellent job. We have seen many changes.
En las oportunidades académicas y extracurriculares de los estudiantes, por ejemplo, la introducción de las rotaciones de las clases de música, teatro, drama, educación física. En el enfoque exclusivo en el currículum de todas las escuelas, departamento, junto con la comunidad de aprendizaje profesional en los maestros. El séptimo periodo en la preparatoria y todas las oportunidades adicionales de tomar clases de interés para los estudiantes.
All the academic opportunities and extracurricular activities that the students, they can use. For example, the introduction of rotations in the music, drama, physical education classes, the exclusive target of in the curriculum on all the schools and all the departments, along with the community and the professional development with along with the teachers. The 7th period in the high school and all the additional opportunities to take additional classes that are interesting for our students.
El programa también de dual inversión al PWASH y programas en la preparatoria como la expansión de la educación técnica profesional, en donde los estudiantes tienen la oportunidad de tomar clases universitarias, programa de IP. El personal para el apoyo de los estudiantes como consejeros académicos. La expansión de kinder transicional sigue atrayendo estudiantes nuevos al distrito. La implementación del programa de antes y después de escuela Amplify.
Also the dual immersion program at PA Wash, the programs in high school like the expansion of the technical profession program, where the students, they have the opportunity to take classes at a college level and get and take AP classes. Staff that will support students as academic counselors, the expansion of the transitional kinder that keeps bringing the students to new students to our district, the implementation of the before and after school program Amplify.
La accesibilidad al personal y los cafecitos con los directores, pero también los cafecitos con los padres. El centro FACE y todos los programas y recursos que esto trae para la comunidad, junto con la Universidad para Padres y las clases que se dan en inglés y en español. Por lo tanto, agradezco y felicito a la doctora Garcia por los cambios que ha hecho. También hoy quiero darle las gracias por haber abierto el centro FACE, porque para mí como madre me ha ayudado a crecer y tener una mejor comunicación con mis hijas. De antemano agradezco su tiempo y atención que me han brindado. Muchas gracias y que pasen buenas tardes.
I'm going to take the cafecitos with the principals and have the personal accessible to us. Also, the cafecitos with padres, with the parents, the FACE Center, and all the programs, resources that the FACE Center brought to us, to the community, along with the Parents University and all the classes, English, Spanish, and along. Also, I want to thank and congratulate Dr. Garcia for all the changes that she has made. I want to thank her for open the FACE Center, because for me as a mother has helped me to grow as a parent and have a better communication with my daughters. Please, thank you for your time and consideration, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Victoria. Our next speaker is Cindy Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, hello.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sandy Ramírez. Tengo un hijo en Live Oak, uno en Britton y otro en Pewash. Como todos sabemos, el recorte de presupuesto, personal y de recursos, que es algo que solo está pasando que no es solo que esté pasando en este distrito, es en todo el estado de California. Sé que fueron objetivos al evaluar la situación de cada escuela para la distribución de fondos, ya que el objetivo principal es el bienestar y el éxito de todos nuestros estudiantes. Estamos en una situación difícil, ya que no más el Departamento de Educación ha resentido los cambios. También cada familia está luchando sus propias batallas, ya que todo está más caro y nuestras familias tienen que trabajar más para sobrevivir. Pero a pesar de todo, esa travesía ha logrado un aumento de estudiantes que se han reclasificado. La introducción de la rotación de las clases de música, teatro, drama, educación física en las primarias, el séptimo periodo en las preparatorias, el programa dual inmersión en PWASH, programas en las preparatorias como en la expansión de la educación técnica profesional. Apoyo a los estudiantes en consejeros académicos, preparación para los maestros, el Centro Phrase que nos ofrece programas a la comunidad. Por ejemplo, clases en inglés, universidad de padres, clases de español, clases de cabe y pique, talleres de arte, entre otros. También la expansión de kinder transicional, implementación de programas de antes y después de escuela. La accesibilidad del personal y los cafecitos con los directores, pero también las charlas con el personal del distrito. Incremento de participación de padres involucrados en las escuelas, por mencionar algunos. Por esa razón, hoy estoy aquí para decir gracias por no soltarnos y ayudarnos a que estos tiempos difíciles sean menos pesados. Gracias a la superintendente y la mesa directiva por todo el gran trabajo. Gracias.
She wanted to read all at once and then for me to translate. So, okay, so good afternoon. My name is Sandy Ramirez. I have a kid in Live Oak, one in Britton, and another one in Pewash. As all of us know, the budget cuts, staff, and resources is something that is not only happening here in the Morgan Hill District, but in all California. I know that you were very clear and objective to evaluate the situation in every single school in the district, to distribute the funding with the objective to support the well-being and success of all our students. We are in a very difficult situation. Not only the California Department of Education has resented the changes. Also, every single family is fighting with their own battles because everything is very expensive. Everything is more expensive every day. And our families need to work more to survive. But besides all this journey, you have achieved an increase in students that has been reclassified. The introduction of rotations of music, drama, physical education in the primary schools has been very successful. The 7th period in the high schools, the dual immersion program at PWASH, high school programs like the expansion of the CTE, support to students with academic counselors, preparations, additional preparation for our teachers, the space center, that offers programs to the community as English classes, parent university, Spanish classes, CABE classes, PIQE, art workshops, among others. Also, the expansion of the transitional kinder, implementation of before and after school programs. The accessibility of staff and the cafecitos with the principals, and also the charlas with the staff, with the district staff. The increase in the participation of parents involved in the schools, just to mention some. For all these reasons, I am here to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Michelle Cara. You with us? Michelle?
Space. Hi, can you hear me?
Michelle? We can hear you, Michelle. All right,
Great.
You're on.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening. My name is Michelle Cara, and I am an ELD teacher at Britton Middle School. Today, I want to talk about ELD and the allotment of FTEs at the site. When placing students in an ELD class, ELD student population should be considered when granting schools specific FTEs. FTE allotment for things like ELD should be based on population at a school. Schools with different EL populations need more support in order to maintain smaller class sizes and therefore effectively help this population. As discussions take place about cutting our budget, it's important that we do everything possible to keep the impact of these cuts away from students. Dramatic cuts to site budgets and to the secondary equity FTEs are going to increase class sizes for the students in the most need of support, like our English language learners. And just from my heart, I work with these students every day and I hear everybody's pleas for what they need, but I can tell you, they need a lot of individual help. I have a lot of LTELs who have turned that corner this year and are really trying again because I was able to sit down with them and coach them through how to write things, and their confidence level has taken off and they're so excited to see their scores this year. So I really hope that we can keep those class sizes small so that we can continue to do this great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker is Chrissy Hunger. Chrissy, are you here?
Yes.
We set that timer. All right. Hi, Chrissy.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Chrissy Hunger. I come to you as a teacher and a parent. I have 3 young children, all of whom are growing up in MHUSD, and all of whose brains learn in unique ways. I have a son who is gifted and blossoms through hands-on extension activities. I have another son whose creativity and passion are in constant motion, so much that it can be challenging for him to succeed in a traditional setting. In fact, I missed his baseball game to be here tonight and now bedtime. My children use speech therapy, daily reading intervention, and rely largely on all members of the staff at their school site to keep them feeling comfortable, safe, and successful. The planned cuts in the district are going to significantly impact my children's learning. Cutting a crucial support such as TOSAs will take away the extension and intervention opportunities my kids and their peers will have at their school. As teachers, we are in a tenuous situation as it is, trying to manage the huge range of students' needs in classes that are bursting at the seams. To take away the support TOSAs give in a time when we are struggling to get our students to meet standards would make this situation unmanageable. As a teacher and guiding coalition member, these cuts also directly impact my teaching environment. I have 3 brand new teachers in my department who have worked tirelessly and improved greatly this year, 2 of whom are currently worried that their jobs are at risk of release. Our focus should always be on fostering, encouraging, and retaining qualified teachers, which is unlikely to happen if new teachers hear about these releases and choose different districts in the future to prioritize job security. There are places that cuts can be reasonably made away from the classroom instead of cutting our colleagues, such as changing our consumable study sync textbooks and to hard copy textbooks, a choice that not only would make a costly yearly expense a one-time expense, but a choice that both Live Oak and Sobrato English teachers have urged the district to make. If you want to know what cuts would be the least impactful and most beneficial at your school sites, we should be asking the people most equipped to tell you about what's working and not working who are working on the ground level. Finally, anyone can see the amount of buildings going up around town, making it clear that our numbers are only going to increase. We need to provide more staff to continue providing quality education, not less, particularly in a time of teacher shortage and nationwide declines in student literacy and math rates at all levels. You can do better. I urge you to do better.
Thank you, Tracy. Our next speaker is Julian Ray. Hi, Julia.
Hi, my name is Jillian Ray, and I'm a CTE teacher at Live Oak High School and a site representative for MHFT. I wanted to speak to you tonight regarding the impact of budget cuts on our teachers and students, and to ask you communicate more with the staff in the district in order to learn how these decisions impact us. Last board meeting, you heard from my fellow CTE teachers that they are growing a robust program, but it is not without growing pains. The expansion of CTE, in part due to the 7th period, has also caused us to struggle with finding adequate materials for CTE classes. While we pride ourselves in our CTE programs, with recent budget cuts, we are worried about future funding for these new programs, as well as maintaining qualified teachers and industry standard equipment. Also, the loss of our TOSAs will significantly impact literacies, including technological literacy, as those TOSAs support the foundations of our elementary students so that they can come to high school with the necessary skills to be successful. Lastly, at the secondary level, our academic counselors do amazing work to support our students being in classes on academic pathways that are right for them. They are already managing large caseloads of students, supporting their success, and their work helps us as teachers to focus on teaching. The reduction of secondary academic counselors will create an enormous increase in work for the remaining counselors. Thank you so much for listening. I understand that times are tough, but we still need to do better for our students.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Caitlin. Is it File? File? Caitlin, are you here? All right. Come on up, Caitlin. Let's get your timer set. All right, go.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Fowler, and I'm a senior. Oh, I can do this. Sorry. I'm a senior at Live Oak High School. I'm in here in support of my academic counselors who have not only helped me approach the very daunting task of college applications this semester, but also they have worked with me these last 4 years to help me navigate my high school career, which is a little different than most. I have a 504 plan. I have dealt with my fair share of medical issues, and I could not have done what I have achieved without their support. I not only look to them for guidance, but I look to them to confide in these issues. And I don't know, I came here on a whim. I am genuinely so thankful to have these people in my life. I have worked with a multitude of these counselors, not only because I have like a variety of needs to be met, but because these counselors have huge caseloads. I can't always speak to my counselors that I have been assigned. And even if they are not my caseload managers, they are still willing to help me. And they have an open door policy that I really have taken advantage of and I really appreciate. And I can't even believe I'm saying this, but these last 4 years, I have worked very hard with them. And now I'm very excited to be saying I'm going to be attending my dream school this fall. So, Missy birthday, go Bears. I really do love you guys. And I really hope that this is a resource that future Live Oak seniors and current Live Oak students can continue to access, because taking away access from them is taking away access from college opportunities, scholarship opportunities, and an opportunity to have the support that you need to be able to succeed in these areas. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caitlin. Our next speaker is Pamela Meter. Pamela, are you here?
I'm here for Pamela.
Pamela, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
I didn't even hear it, so,
Oh, good.
you know, you window me a door.
Yeah, all right. All right.
I'm Pamela Meador, Realtor, and I've been asked by concerned parents of Morgan Hill to present to you at this meeting how Morgan Hill's failing schools are affecting home values. Let's state what Morgan Hill test scores are. English 46.7 and math 33.1, or 53% of the students are not at grade level in English and 67 are not at grade level in math. Taking these test scores and comparing them to state averages, we are in English 68% of state average and in math 54% of state average. In schools on the west side of Santa Clara County, we average 66% in English and 58% in math, which means compared to what other schools are achieving on a state or local level, we get a failing grade. If I correlate test scores to house prices, homes that are serviced by schools with higher test scores have higher house prices. Better schools means parents aren't forced to send their children to private schools. And don't get me started on decreasing buying power of people sending their children to private schools. Every $10,000 they spend to educate their children, they decrease their buying power by $125,000. I've interviewed parents that arguably have the means to send their children to private schools and have opted to send them to public schools. And the common theme are a desire for their children to make friends and interact with children that represent the whole of society, and that they themselves had a positive experience in public school. And more often than not, they had a close family member who was a public school teacher. There is a great desire among parents, even parents with means, to send their children to public schools. It is a shame that failing test scores correlates directly to falling enrollment. So great public schools are desired on multiple levels. In regard to home prices, I have calculations that show if we can raise our test scores by 31%, we can raise the median house price in Morgan Hill by $200,000. But let's cut that in half and say $100,000. That will get Morgan Hill students still 11% below state average in English and 21% below state average in math. This is further borne out by looking at Santa Teresa area where Morgan Hill Unified meets Oak Grove. Homes that are in the Oak Grove attendance area are 6% higher on average than Morgan Hill Unified. Comparing home prices in the two targeted zip codes, that is an average of $80,000 difference per house. And that's a lot of money. So school board, if you own your home and think failing schools are okay, think about what you could do with an additional 80 grand. Failing schools that affect everyone, even people whose kids are grown, from the public schools, or someone like me without children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pamela. Our next speaker is Matt Witt. Hello, Matt.
See my time to Pamela?
No,
It's on a completely different topic and it's his turn. We're
I'm
not
sorry.
extending time.
No, I mentioned that. I made a statement
But that
at the
was
beginning of the meeting. And so you can,
What it was
what-
that you were not.
I can
going
go
to
to the
include
next
one
speaker,
But
which
that's
is
all right.
Tony Chang. Tony? Hello, Tony.
Good evening, members. Been sitting back the last, I guess, 4 hours now, right? Listening to people talk, and I'm actually glad to be here because I'm always up for a good fight. I got two kids at Los Paseos Elementary, first grader and a third grader. I look around the room. I see present teachers, I see future teachers and past teachers. And I grew up respecting teachers all my life. And for as long as my kids live, they're going to respect teachers. And I know they're going to fight for them. So I'm here to fight for the teachers as well. And preparing to support Assistant Principal Stormy Sutton and assistant principals alike around the community. I reviewed and printed out their job descriptions, 3 pages long, full pages. It includes 21 representative duties and 31 other bullet points of requirements and conditions. So which means very specialized skills. They're not easy to replace. And it's not something that you could disseminate and hope that someone could fill in for them. Not only do I believe Ms. Sutton consistently meets all the lengthy requirements and obligations, I know of her to go above and beyond her duties to represent Los Paseos Elementary and your district. Simply put, Ms. Sutton represents her community and culture, and she is a lead example of an intelligent, reliable, and invaluable leader. She partners incredibly well with Principal Stewart and her faculty members to guide her students and ensure their safety, accountability, and their overall well-being. In the description of the quote unquote basic functions and responsibilities, our school district is demanding that these responsibilities are met through leadership, collaboration, discussions, and demonstration. Those are the key words that are in the job functions. Specific functions like administering, monitoring, and implementing to assist the principal obviously cannot happen without an assistant principal or an assistant principal put in multiple directions or worse, vacant. Along with the required duties, I have personally witnessed Ms. Sutton grab a stop sign and walk students back and forth across crosswalks. I've seen Ms. Sutton step into classrooms, work during after-hour events. I personally witnessed her mentor students, dance and sing with them, and literally sit down on the hot ground with them just so they can communicate eye to eye. She knows her students and their parents by their names because she is always around, present and available. If Ms. Sutton is an example of other principals in this district, they are a day-to-day utility tool for each school he or she is assigned to. What a detriment and a massive blow to the effectiveness and efficiency of a school that requires the attention of this position as described in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to go back to several community members who indicated that they wanted to speak and they were not available at the time that I called out their name. Natalie Lara, are you here? All right. David Galvan. Okay. Is Crystal Price? Michelle Ramon. All right, and I think Crystal spoke, didn't he? Crystal Price. Okay. So I think that's it. Oh, one more. Okay. Angel Banuelos. Angel. All right. That I'm sorry. Angel's on Zoom. Oh, Crystal, I'm sorry. Crystal's on Zoom. Thank
Hello,
you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Crystal.
Okay, great.
We're just going to
Okay.
timer's
Hi.
on. All right, Crystal,
All
please.
right. My name is Crystal Price, and I am a teacher at JAM who is concerned about the direction the district is going in. Our public is losing trust in our schools, and our teachers feel unheard and not cared about. Tonight, I'm going to address some issues that have been ignored. 1, when parents voice their concerns about safety and academics at the high schools, the board responded by telling parents that their attitudes were the problem. 2, when many parents have and continue to speak about the distance they have to drive to get to Martin Murphy, they are ignored. 3, when teachers are asked to pilot programs like Literally, for example, and a teacher writes a lengthy review citing how hard it is to use and yields unreliable data, she was also ignored. 4, when droves of employees have left the district office, that should have been seen as a major red flag, but that was also ignored, and instead their positions were replaced at higher salaries. 6, when our union president, Jim Levy, has stood up here numerous times calling attention to the budget concerns that we face today, he has been ignored. 7, as a kindergarten teacher, I struggle daily with our extended school days, and every kindergarten teacher that I have spoken with feels the same. Our special classes interfere with our prime time of learning, and by the end of the day, our students are exhausted and starving. I ask, has any data been collected to determine that the extended day is improving our schools, especially for our very young learners? 8, and then there is a Faith Center that has been put in place to improve parent engagement. Do you really believe that parent engagement happens out of a localized building? Look around you. Look at all the parents that are engaged. They stand here before you today, and repeatedly you put their concerns on the back burner. Additionally, I ask, is it our job to teach adults or students? 9, the district has continued to put their energy into programs like wellness and the Faith Center. Academics, curriculum, teachers, essential staff, and class sizes have not been made a priority. As we lead up to the looming issue of our budget and student success, I ask the board and superintendent to take a good hard look at all the changes that have been made and ask yourself these 2 questions. Is this change directly boosting student learning and achievement? And 2, what data do you have to support this conclusion? Many of our problems exist today, not because of COVID, but because of the decisions that Superintendent Carmen Garcia has put in place with no forward thought on how these changes would affect the school community. It is the board's and superintendent's duty to promote the success of all students and to keep the district focused on learning and achievement. All of these examples tell us one thing. Our superintendent has an agenda, and the only voices that are heard are the ones that agree with her agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes the public comment. And so now we're going to move to, this is the next step, right? All right. So now we're going to move to student board member report.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for being here today. So to start off my report for today's meeting, we're going to start with Serrato High School, who is continuing their ASU hygiene kit assembly and donation. That will be on April 19th. Juniors are having task testing April 8th through 19th, and May 1st will be a decision day. So it's a great way to celebrate our seniors that are committing. On the next slide, there's a little bit more information about the ASU homeless care package assemblies. And then the slide after that is any information if you're interested in helping out. Live Oak High School will be having their FFA spring auction on April 19th. They are also having a Gab Day for seniors for anyone that's interested in going to Gavilan College on April 22nd. Our prom will be upcoming in the Granada Theater downtown Morgan Hill on April 27th, and we are continuing our sports, especially with our lacrosse team. Lacrosse team's doing really well. Central High School recently had their senior picture day, and their first day of term 6 will be April 22nd. JAM is having a spring parent student lunch on April 19th, Spirit Day April 26th, and a chat with the principal at 8 p.m. on April 26th. Britton Middle School will be continuing their volleyball games as well as having continuous chats with the principal. Martin Murphy will also continue chats with the principal as well as having a Kona Ice truck every Friday in April. San Martin Gwynn will host, or it did host, auditions for their Broadway Beat musical on April 15th. State testing will be continuing for the 3rd through 8th grade, April 22nd to May 10th. And they're also having a plant sale May 1st to 3rd. El Toro will be having their book fair April 15th to 19th, an open house on April 17th, and family fun night on April 26th. Barrett is having a fire drill on April 18th, Spirit Day every Friday, and also a 4th grade play on April 25th. PA Walsh Math Festival was a success. I had a great time there. It was great to see so many kids, trying out new things in the STEM department and math department, and it's great to see the future leaders. They'll also be having a book fair April 29th to May 3rd and an open house on May 2nd. Nordstrom Elementary will be having a book fair April 22nd to April 26th, as well as a spring auction on the 27th. And finally, now last but not least, Paradise will be having an opera play. Had an opera play today and upcoming Spirit Day. And Los Paseos will be having a 4th grade field trip to the Tech Museum, which is super fun. I wish I could do that. And a 1st grade sing-along on April 26th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Torres. Now we'll have a report from superintendent and staff.
Thank you very much, President Escoto. My pleasure to provide the board with an update on our progress toward implementing our local control accountability plan goals, and in particular, highlighting some of our efforts with respect to that. Trustee Patterson and myself sit on the South County Youth Task Force, and Dr. Rosales Montes was able to attend this meeting with me last time. And this is the beauty of South County is that Morgan Hill Unified with Morgan Hill, San Martin, and Gilroy come together. It's both cities, so the city of Gilroy, city of Morgan Hill, as well as both police departments or multiple agencies and superintendents from both districts come together to talk about ways to support our youth, the youth that we share across both of our communities. And so this last meeting, they were able to highlight a grant that South County Youth Task Force received at South County Heals. And it's about elevating the voice of the community, both communities, and supporting our communities with respect to mental health, among other things. So it was a great meeting. So we appreciate our partnership with South County Youth Task Force. I want to take a moment, and I've said this multiple times, and I have to say it again, that the Morgan Hill Unified School District, so South San Jose, San Martin, and the city of Morgan Hill are so benevolent. And I think AAUW really represents that benevolence. And so I want to thank AAUW for the Wildflower Run. It was my 3rd year volunteering. And so if you attended the Wildflower Run, I helped you, I guided you to find your parking space. But I thank AAUW for continuing to invest in our youth. And Jezreen, you were there. You received a scholarship. And so you were, and you'll see Jezreen right in the middle and so lots of pictures with our own students in our school district who participated in the Wildflower Run. In addition, I want to shout out Mrs. Berry, who's currently a teacher at Sobrato, and also Giovanni. He's a senior at Sobrato, and both were named by the Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. Berry was the Educator of the Year, and Giovanni as the Student of the Year. And so both were recognized in a beautiful ceremony. And so I want to lift them up. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for continuing to invest in our staff and also to continue to lift our students. As I have shared it before, I continue my site check-ins at the site. Since the last board meeting, I sat with the faculty, both classified and certificated at Barrett, and just recently at Los Paseos. And I have to highlight, I'll highlight Los Paseos in a little bit. You know, these meetings are literally unscripted, and the agenda really is driven based on the organic conversation. I have to lift, though, the conversation I had with 2 teachers at Los Paseos who are fantastic, phenomenal, invest in our youth, believe in our youth, and understand the complexity of educating all students, especially the various ranges in the classroom. But they highlighted how there are some students, and in particular boys of color, Latino boys, they're not necessarily English learners. Some are long-term ELs, but some are IFEPs. They're fluent English proficient from the onset. They're smart, yet they're not engaged and they're not connected. And so together we came up with an approach to do a mini focus group and to identify other students that fit that same pattern so that we can pick their brain and understand what else can we do as a school system to support our students. And so I value that because it's about making sure that every single student is supported. And that's essentially what we're about each and every single day. Cesar Chavez, March 31st, Cesar Chavez's birthday. It has a whole host of celebrations. So I had the honor of attending a breakfast in South San Jose. And it's always uplifting to honor those heroes in our community that represent what we want, which is a better life for everyone. Another activity that I attended, and of course I was empowered and floored, was at our very own San Martin Gwen. For many years, I don't know how many years, maybe some of you know, but there has been a Si Se Puede march. And for those that don't know what Si Se Puede means, it means yes, we can accomplish, yes, we can succeed. So the entire school at San Martin, TK all the way through 8th grade, marched across. They had a march and the chanting was so powerful. The rain really, we needed to cut the assembly short, but in a sense, again, the symbolism of Cesar Chavez and that chance of a better life lives within our school district. And so proud to have represented our school, proud to have represented our school district and our school leadership with San Martin Gwen. Today we heard a lot about the academic counselors, and that was actually something as I joined our district almost 3 years ago, and as I listened and learned and met with hundreds of people, hundreds of community members, hundreds of staff, parents, and students, I was very disappointed with our academic counselor to student ratio. When I joined our school district, we had 2 counselors at Live Oak, 600 students per counselor. And then we juxtapose that reality, the number of kids that were graduating or not graduating, the number of kids that were completing career and technical ed, among other things. And so that was one of the first things that I changed. We needed at least 1 academic counselor per grade level. And so you heard today from our students the value of academic counselors. And so in addition to that, I'm very proud of the partnership that we have formed with the Boys and Girls Club. This is a free partnership. The only thing that we provide is transportation for field trips for our students during the summer. So the Future Grads program is both at Live Oak and Sobrato, paid for entirely by the Boys and Girls Club. And the value of the Future Grads program is that it ensures that students are successful not just in high school, but into and through college. And so this is a commitment from the Boys and Girls Club to continue to invest in our youth. And so I think it's important for us to look at the outside resources that are available to us so that we can provide additional support for our students. This too was mentioned, 9th grade academic awards, as well as the 9th through 12th grade academic awards. Also had an opportunity to attend Bing. I don't know if you, Bing at Stanford. Oh my gosh. It was, I can't even find the right adjective. The amount of resources that are provided at Bing was just like, my gosh, can we please provide this? Financially, it's just it's not possible. But we were able to glean from some of their best practices as we bring these great strategies to the full expansion of transitional kindergarten. We celebrated Assistant City Manager Edith Ramirez. She was honored at the Silicon Valley business journey. It is powerful to be in a room where lots of powerful leaders were highlighted. And so I think Assistant City Manager, she is a parent in our school district, but also a trailblazer in our community. We also were able to welcome our new director, Jessica Castellanos, at the Boys and Girls Club, the old, formerly called the El Toro Center. Many of you know Alban Diaz. Alban was a product of the Boys and Girls Club and then became the leader. He has now been promoted and now he oversees many Boys and Girls Clubs throughout South San Jose or throughout San Jose. But Jessica Castellanos is homegrown. She's part of our school district, was part of the Boys and Girls Club Center, and now is the new director. Continuing my chats with Carmen, this one was in South San Jose. And so I mentioned Assistant City Manager Edith Ramirez a little bit ago. She's leading efforts with, she's going to be putting on an economic mobility forum that's very locally focused. And in particular, how can we partner with the city for workforce development? And so proud to share that I've been asked to share what we are doing with respect to increasing workforce development and how we can continue to partner with the city. This will be in May, and I'll be able to provide some more updates before that event. Specialized is right around here. And I cannot believe, and I'll share, that I had not met with any of the specialized representatives until today, but that has changed. Outright is a 501c3 within specialized, and they have curriculum that, I don't know if the specialized bikes are here, I think we moved them. So they donated 4 bikes, you see it on the bottom left. There are 4 schools in our school district. Los Paseos is one, Walsh is another, El Toro and Nordstrom, they will have a bike to school day, and then we will be able to give one of those bikes away. But yeah, that's exciting. But on the right-hand side is the actual curriculum that we can implement. They have a curriculum for middle school students, and so this is typically embedded within PE. And so we'll be reaching out through educational services. We'll be reaching out to the middle school principals and the middle school teachers, in particular the PE teachers, to see if they're interested in this curriculum. Also, President Escoto mentioned earlier that there are a lot of community members that are well-to-do in our city. And so and it's too bad the trustee Horner is not here to talk about the Morgan Hill Education Foundation, but we have a kickoff celebration. So we're inviting everyone. It's April 30th. From 6 to 8 p.m. We'll be able to share some amazing student talent and share the vision behind this education foundation, which aims to supplement our students' experiences. We'll be able to provide heavy appetizers and beverages. We just ask that you let us know that you're coming so that we can make sure that we have enough food. And lastly, I want to congratulate Director Jessie Swift and the entire, I don't know if Jessie's, yeah, there you go. I'm glad you're here, Jessie. Yes, we must. So Jessie leads the student services team, and very recently they have been recognized with 2 very impressive awards. The first one is the Hoffman Award, and it's for their work with the CARE team. And also, we, thanks to Jessie's vision, have been issued a Model SARB Award for our efforts at curtailing chronic absenteeism, among others. So congratulations, Director Swift, and your entire team. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Garcia. Now we're going to have reports from our employee groups. It's hard to speak with a mint here. And we'll kick it off with Morgan Hill Classified Employee Association President Cheryl Van Deventer. Hi, Cheryl.
Good evening. Good evening, President Escoto, trustees, student board representative, superintendent, assistant superintendents, colleagues, and guests. My name is Cheryl Van Deventer, and I'm honored to be the president of Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association. Your timeline for ongoing fiscal stability planning lists continue to implement soft freeze and eliminate vacant positions when possible. While that may sound good, it may sound like a good plan as you say it, in fact, it's a disastrous plan. As I reminded you the last time that I stood at this podium, eliminating a position does not eliminate the work that goes with that position. What do you think happens to the work? Someone has to do it, right? What happens if that work doesn't get done? Seriously, imagine that work not getting done in this district. What does that do to our district? How will that affect our students? And how will that affect our parents? In the departments where vacancies are not filled, the work that is vital to this district falls on the desks of the employees who are still working. Our contracts specifically say that the district cannot increase workloads or transfer out the work to replace the work of eliminated or reduced positions. Our contract says that, but it happens all the time. Are you going to violate our contract? Are you going to continue to violate our contract by adding work to people's plates when you're eliminating these positions? Again, I ask you, who's going to do the work that is associated with the positions that you are eliminating? This has to be a question that you keep at the forefront of your minds as you make these decisions. The work still has to be done by a district employee, and I ask you to think about that. I stand before you tonight to declare that Morgan Hill classified employees and MHCEA stand in solidarity with our teachers and Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. Next up is Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers President Jim Levis. Hello, Jim.
Good evening. Good evening, President Escoto, Board Trustees, Superintendent Garcia, staff, and guests. I am Jim Levis, the proud president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. I wanted to thank Live Oak for their presentation. Really appreciate that. And, wow, I just want to thank all of the many speakers for their support, for our educators and our support people here in the district, for their questioning of the current budget and of the current staffing cuts. I really appreciate it personally, and I know every member of MHFT appreciates it as well. I have come before you for the past several weeks explaining why the current massive reduction of elementary site TOSAs, the complete elimination of secondary equity FTEs, and therefore the resulting release of several temporary teachers is not where the district should be looking to cut, as they are as close to the classrooms and students as they can get. And now this evening, you hear that these concerns are widespread among the educators and the parents and families in the district, those of us who do the work every day at our school sites and in our students' classrooms. I hope that you will not only hear their concerns, but also act to address them. The district has other places that they can cut in order to maintain the supports for students and staff that these individual positions provide. Superintendent Garcia continually speaks publicly about a strong focus on Tier 1 and Tier 2 systems of support in order to lower the costs of special education. However, her actions demonstrate the opposite of this. The current proposed cuts will impact the following positions, and I want to reiterate the significance of what they will do. District TOSAs. They're utilized to implement district-wide plans and provide support for teachers at all levels. Elementary site TOSAs. They support the academics of our students through intervention and extension. And they also support the instructional strategies of our teachers through standards based on the PLT process and vertical alignment. The secondary equity FTEs, created positions for instructional coaching and teacher support at different sites, as well as to help lower class sizes for student need groups such as dual immersion, co-teaching, and ELD courses, so that students in these classes can have more interactions as well as more time with their teachers. Loss of these positions mean potentially larger class sizes in ELD and loss of electives. Academic counselors work with massive caseloads of students, providing them with support on everything from registration in college and career counseling to their social emotional needs. They check in on student progress, meet with families, and ensure that students have a strong foundation for success on our campuses. The temporary employees who will be released as a result of these cuts are capable, engaging, innovative teachers who chose Morgan Hill Unified to start their careers or continue their careers. They have created communities in their classrooms, contributed to their PLTs, and are an asset to our district as a whole, that we should not allow ourselves to lose. During these times of budget cuts, you should be looking everywhere else possible rather than looking at these positions in order to maintain the supports that are incredibly vital for our students, our sites, and our staff. So now let's hear more about the work that MFT members, some of whom the district has plans to eliminate the positions of, and what they've been doing. It was mentioned last board meeting, but I wanted to reiterate that the Live Oak High School had 14 student artists accepted in the Colibri Art Gallery at the local high school competition. They received 2 honorable mention awards. They will also be taking students to the gallery on a field trip later to view the work. PA Walsh celebrated Pi Day last month, where students were able to memorize as many digits as possible. Winners were able to pi the principal and vice principal. Second place went to a second grader, 105 digits of pi, fifth grader, 158. Truly amazing. I have like 7, so. To celebrate National Reading Month in March, PA Walsh had a Spirit Week. Students celebrated reading through daily dress-up participation opportunities. Reading Tosa, Melissa Flores, led the PA Walsh Mini Mermaids Running Club in the Morgan Hill Wildflower Run. 15 students ran, and their team won the Most School Spirit Award. Pretty exciting. Last Wednesday was the Walsh Mathematics Festival, which was a wonderful evening of math games for students and their families. Math Tosa Lori Shoemaker would like to thank the many amazing comprehensive high school students who volunteered to help learn and run the games. The festival wouldn't have been nearly as successful without their help. On the music side, and this was touched on a little bit, was that most of the district went to the California Music Educators Festival, received very high accolades. Britton Middle School Intermediate Band, Martin Murphy Intermediate Advanced Bands, and Sobrato Wind Ensemble received excellence or superior awards. Superior, of course, the highest recognition possible. At Paradise Valley Engineering Academy, they had a successful open house in March and in addition to their fabulous classrooms, had food trucks, craft fair, silent auction, and book fair. The Nordstrom fifth graders returned safely from their science camp on March 15th, and the week was a success. Students grew their understanding of scientific concepts through numerous hands-on experiences. In addition, students gained valuable life skills, including teamwork, stewardship, and independence. Prior to camp, the fifth grade teachers spent numerous extra hours outside of their regular day planning and organizing the event. In addition, teachers spent the week at the camp with the students and provided supervision 24 hours a day during the time there. Science camp attendance is made possible through the support of our families and home and school club. Finally, a giant shout out to the team of Sobrato students who came along for a week as cabin leaders. They worked hard to make the week fun and safe for everyone. I think you'll see that the assistance of our high school students with elementary and middle school students has a long tradition here in the district, and we certainly appreciate that. Britton, like PA Walsh, also celebrated Pi Day on March 14th in honor of everyone's favorite irrational number. Our top memorizer was a sixth grader at 107 digits. She got a $50 gift card, various other prizes, and was also able to pie the principal in the face. During the week before spring break, Britton also had a school-wide week-long competition, the Battle of the Ages, in which students go against their teachers in a variety of contests, including basketball, volleyball, and dodgeball. Tardy's iReady performance and other academic factors played a part in the event. I don't remember, but I'm afraid I think the students won this year. Sorry about that.
I heard the teachers cheated.
We always cheat. Oh, Nancy, well, you were a big help when you were there, but we missed you. So next year we'll get you back. At Paradise Valley Engineering Academy, the kinders are working hard on their Piggy Opera performance, and the second graders are working on preparing their epic decade show. The teachers put in a lot of extra hard work to get their students to learn their lines, learn all the songs, and perform in front of an audience. Third grade is visiting the Morgan Hill House to learn about life long ago as well as today. Our school is also preparing for the Panther Prowl Walkathon coming at the end of the month. And finally, an extra shout out to the district TOSAs. They have been helping to organize the curriculum warehouse, creating a PLC playbook for the district, and develop a robust summer learning program. All in addition to their normal tasks and duties. District TOSAs are also involved in a variety of task forces, committees, councils, and teams that work through the educational services. They include, but are not limited to, the Math Framework Task Force, Dual Language Immersion Alignment Team, MTSS, and of course, the EL Plan for Student Success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Our next report will be from the Morgan Hill Educational Leaders Association President, Patrick Buchser. Is he there? He's not on there.
Debbie's not good.
All right.
You're not gonna step in?
So he's not there. All right. So, board members, this is an opportunity to share with our audience. Anyone would like to give a report? Trustee Altman?
I would. First, I had said I was going to call something out of consent. I don't want to pull out the alternative graduation pathway now. So if Rebecca can leave, if she's here for that. I don't know if that's
Procedural wise, what do we
I
need
just
to
don't
do?
know if another trustee
Okay.
is gonna pull it.
okay. When I left today, yes, when I left for the meeting today, my husband asked me what day I'd be home. And I said, it's not that big of an agenda. And then it kind of expanded. So I did, after our retreat, have communication with several community members and staff members regarding the way the retreats are scheduled and publicized. And so I will be asking at the end of the meeting, when we have new business, that we do take a look at that as a board and address and just consider our practices with that. Otherwise, for me, it's been really quiet, so I'm done.
Great. Anyone else? Dr. Montes.
Thank you, President Escolta. I want to start off by, before I jump into my report, I had the opportunity to represent us at the academic decathlon that happened from the invitation of Mr. David Ramirez, who's at Sobrato. Checked in with the Sobrato team before the academic decathlon kicked off. Just state with tremendous energy. They were excited. Got to see them start their rounds. It was just the buzz, the energy, the feel, the excitement. So I wanted to just recognize their efforts in representing us well. I also had an opportunity to go to the Calibri Art Gallery. Tremendous work. We heard about the work that's being done in the ceramics classes, but I want to say that these pieces of art are for sale, and 100% of the proceeds go to the student artists. So if you haven't checked it out, I invite you all to check it out. Some great pieces there. There are a few pieces of information that I wanted to highlight, like Superintendent Dr. Garcia mentioned. We had an opportunity to go to the South County Youth Task Force. Specifically, I wanted to highlight the work that is being done by the county's substance use prevention services. They have a public awareness campaign happening now on fentanyl and its impact in our local communities. So I have here just a lot of information and resources that I wanted to make available. There's some websites. Specifically, their efforts aim to reach two groups, youth and young adults, as well as parents and guardians. And so if you want to learn more about these efforts, I invite you to check out these resources that are available in multiple languages, as well as the youth voice that is highlighted in their videos that they have. So additionally, at the South County Youth Task Force, we had an opportunity to get an update from the Restorative Justice Youth Diversion Program. And as Dr. Garcia mentioned, if we can go to slide 4, the team member organization and agencies part of this are extensive. And so literally it is a room full of all these organizations who are committed to working together to support our youth in South County. So part of the report from the diversion program was looking back at 2023. So in the year 2023, There were, and this is not just our district, it's across districts with our neighbors down in Gilroy. But there were 68 youth that participated. There were 68 youth referrals. There were 58 circles completed to date. 35 youth completed the program and their cases were sealed. So those were successful, and there were over 715 hours of community service completed by youth as part of the diversion program. So I wanted to highlight this. It's a testament to these organizations, us coming together to work together to support our youth and to enhance their trajectories for the future. On the next slide, I want to highlight just the work that is continuing to be done by my colleagues, and I want to thank President Levis for his efforts as well with this. We had an opportunity to meet with Congressman Panetta's legislative director to continue to advocate for funding for school-based mental health services, as well as the need to fully fund special education. In addition to these local efforts, if we jump to the next one, I was, and along with Trustee Horner, we were part of a delegation of school board members to travel to Washington, and part of our, as part of the Coast to Coast, the California School Boards Association. At this event, we were not only briefed on current updates regarding education policy, but we talked about trends within our governmental policies, as well as national trends in education and funding. One of the things that we were fortunate enough to do is to work and brainstorm with our colleagues across Santa Clara County around shared areas of interest, as well as school board members from across the state. So here we met with Congressman Panetta. We were able to attend the House Appropriations Subcommittee on the budget hearing for the fiscal year 2025, where Secretary Cardona was able to provide testimony regarding the initiatives that are happening, are prioritized within the Department of State's budget for the coming year. If we go to the next slide, so our main priority areas were special education funding, teacher retention and recruitment, internet access, rural emergency relief funding, and of course, this is all in addition to our local efforts for school-based mental health services. So it was a very important event to be able to amplify our story, our journey in terms of where we're at, the needs that we're seeing here within our community, and being able to advocate for these important resources as we continue to move forward. I won't go into detail here, but colleagues, this is available in part of my report. You can click on the links in terms of the finalized fiscal year 2024 bill summary that outlines what the investments are for the coming fiscal year in terms of education. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Montes. Colleagues, Mr. Buxer is on Zoom now, so I'd like to bring him in now. Mr. Buxer?
Yes, I'm here. I'm very sorry. Are you able to see me now?
We can see you and hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I've been on all night, and this time that I go to click it, it logs off on me. So I apologize for the drop on the Zoom call. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. From MHUSD, I just wanted to let you know that all the school principals are working hard on their SIPSAs for next year, analyzing their data. And you heard a little bit tonight from Live Oak regarding their future goals. And so that's a pretty long document, and we are calibrating all of our efforts in working on our goals that will be in line with the LCAP. All the principals are working on their next year's schedules, looking at the allocations given to them, and then prioritizing and putting them into the SIPSAs so that they are aligned with the goals. And there was finally Coming up is testing, a lot of testing in the month of May and end of April. So attendance is always a big push to make sure that kids come to school on a daily basis. And the schools are getting ready for testing as well as closing out with all the end of the year activities. I believe next week marks the administrative assistance celebration and supports for all of the admin assistants in the front office. And then we start the weeks ahead of appreciations for both classified, certificated, and all of the different positions in our school district that make us operate efficiently. Today, there was a phonics pilot led by one of the TOSAs, Kristen Mastis, who helped to coordinate district alignment regarding phonemic awareness and phonics instruction across our school district with some pilots. And so excited that that is going to memorialize for the start of the following year. Before vacation, just a little plug for JAM. We had a concert, our spring concert, where every student on stage was performed both singing and playing an instrument. It was wonderful to see, and thanked all those that from the district office that were able to come out to enjoy that. And finally, on the heels of what Dr. Rosales Montes just said, AXA had a legislative action day over the spring break, in which almost all of the initiatives that he just shared were those that were advocated for as well through Association of California School Administrators. So in short, that is it. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I apologize for the drop on the Zoom tonight. Thank you.
Not at all. Glad you were able to join us, Mr. Bookser. All right. Back to board reports. Anybody else would like to share? Trustee Patterson.
Thank you, President Scotto. Just three things. Colleagues, the Santa Clara County School Boards Association met maybe 2 weeks ago. A lot of our conversation was about budget cuts. Everyone is feeling the pain except for maybe Santa Clara Unified, I think, was the only district that's not feeling the pain and going through a lot of extremely difficult decisions. So definitely our neighboring districts in the county are also experiencing severe cutbacks. And then we also had some great conversations about the opportunities in mental health and wellness funding coming down through the state and county, hopefully to our district as well. Jimmy Panetta, we, as Trustee Montes said, we were able to meet with his legislative director. I was also happy that the congressman showed up at the Los Paseos Neighborhood Association meeting recently on Zoom, and I got in a word edgewise around idea funding, although my neighbors weren't particularly concerned. They were mostly concerned about crime and graffiti and postal service and other things that Mr. Panetta controls, Veterans Affairs Services. However, I stepped in and said, Mr. Panetta, could you please also help us with our IDEA funding, which he, and then his legislative director was also kind enough to talk to us about those opportunities as well. Lastly, the Wildflower Run, as the superintendent said, it's just such an extremely awesome opportunity for our community to come together, rain or shine, and also to celebrate our kids and families of all ages. And I was just happy to be there and celebrate and get some activity as well as raise money for our kids. So thank you, AAUW.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Anyone else? All right. Trustee Knudsen.
Just very briefly, I was able to attend the Sobrato Band send-off concert to Carnegie Hall. And if you get a chance to hear their concerts, I highly recommend them, and congratulate Greg Chambers and the students. One of their songs gave me chills. It was amazing. I also had a chance to attend Paradise Valley's beautiful open house. They had a book fair, food truck, a silent auction. Their teachers, their parents, their principal, they were all welcoming, and it was a great atmosphere and event. And one more congratulations again to Nicole Berry and Giovanni T. Lopez as our Teacher of the Year and Student of the Year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. What I can add is that both Trustee Horner and I had an opportunity to have a wonderful conversation with Supervisor Ellenberg regarding the possibility of getting some additional monies for wellness programs. And so we're going to have a follow-up meeting with her. And in addition to that, there's a meeting that's also going to take place with Supervisor Arenas to talk about health issues as well for students in general and Latino kids in particular. So we'll be doing that. And then we've got on the calendar, we've got upcoming meeting with the city of Morgan Hill with our school district city liaison committee meeting. So that'll be happening as well. And there were a couple of things that the superintendent mentioned that I also had the pleasure of attending. The recognition of some amazing folks in our county that have done an awful lot on behalf of their respective communities. And so it was a pleasure being up there and being a guest of the city of Morgan Hill. That's it for me, unless Trustee Gardner, is there anything you wanted to share? Okay. All right. So moving on. We've got our consent items. Correct? And is it -1 or was one was still pulled?
We haven't pulled it.
We haven't pulled yet. Okay, so anyway, we're going to move on to approve tonight's consent items. Are there any trustees who would like to pull an item for further discussion?
I would. I was so excited that I actually wrote them down this time. J1C and J1E.
E1E. Okay.
Is it a total of J1C, D, and E? Is that correct?
I had J1C, J1E, and just a specific part of that when we get there. Right, and there's a couple I want to talk about.
So J1C, but not D. I thought they were related, and E. So C and E are being pulled. Okay. Maybe we should pull D as well, because I think that would be good.
Okay, they're together, so let's pull them both. Yeah.
Discuss that now.
Thank you, President Escoto. To E.
Okay.
It's great. I have some questions.
So may I have a motion to approve the rest of consent items?
I would like to motion to approve the consent items with the exception of J1, C, D, and E, and 2E.
You have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Board member's already gone. Okay. Just check it. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. J1C. All right, so let's discuss J1C. Trustee Altman?
Thank you. I've been trying to find our facilities master plan. I know we just had it recently, and I went online, and it was like the 2017 or the 2019 facility master plan. I'm questioning, I thought this was a need we had for this previous year, was to put am I on the right one? This is portables at
Yes.
GEM.
So-
I did go to their open house, by the way. And I don't know how it fits in the master plan. I would like some more information about how it fits into the master plan, and if it was a need we had for this year, why it's still put off in the future, and if it's possible to go without it, since we've gone over a year without it.
Thank you very much, Trustee Altman. For the 23-24 school year, JAM typically only accepts 2 kinder classes. For the 23-24 school year, we made the exception and added a 3rd kinder class. With the caveat that this 3rd kinder class would be a bubble and would be growing up the grades, so first, second, third, fourth, fifth, et cetera. As a result, we needed an extra portable. And so it's taken us this long to secure the portable. We ran into some hiccups, but we are ready to install it to be able to support this third grade class. What I don't know if Principal Buxer is still on, but I can share that some of his special ed teachers are in the round room. And so that allowed him to free up a class. And so this kinder class is currently in a portable. So we still need it. We will be needing that portable for several years.
And then would the plan be every year a different grade would move into the portable?
Exactly. Not necessarily that portable, but Principal Buxer would have to rearrange.
Well, can I ask a question? Can't we continue to do what so please very explicitly, how are they accommodating it right now?
So currently, Principal Buxer asked some of his special ed teachers to be housed in the round room that's adjacent to the main office. And so that freed up the portable for the kinder class.
Okay, and that's not working? Being in the round room?
It's not sustainable. He will be the special ed teachers need their classroom back. And we need the portable because the students will be progressing through the grades.
Okay, I guess I still don't quite understand. Is that going to be for the kinders going forward, or
So the portable is for the 3rd kinder class. For 24-25, they will be first graders. And so that portable will belong to the first graders unless Principal Buxer reassigns the teachers to other classrooms. So we need that portable for at least the next 8 years.
Okay.
Any other comments?
So will we be owning the portable or, okay.
Any other comments? All right. Move on to what's that? Oh, Mr. Buxer, did you have a comment?
I don't know, Principal Buxer, if you want to add to that or if I did it justice on your behalf. You cannot hear. That's okay. Yeah. So you support it. Yes, you're supporting.
He said he wants to put special ed in his office.
Are we going to attempt to connect him? Or?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll try, yeah.
I don't know if you can hear us, Mr. Buxer, but we're trying to make that connection. Were you, I'm assuming you were able to hear the conversation, Mr. Buxer? All right.
Principal Buxer, give us a thumbs up if you agree with the portable on your campus.
I agree. Thank you, Kelly, for unmuting me. If I can provide can you hear me now?
Nice.
Can you guys hear me
Yes,
now?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, so Dr. Garcia is correct. We have 3 kindergartens, and as the 3 kindergartens roll forward to 3 first grades, the classroom that we have, I moved a 7th grade class out to where we had our special education classrooms. So our special education teachers are working on the inside of our library, but 2 of them, our upper grade RSP and our primary grade RSP. Hats off to the facilities department for building some dividers. And it's a very inclusive model. I like it a lot. With that said, we're squeezed in all areas with space, and I like that. That's a good school where every room is full. And so that's a good problem to have. Moving forward, 3 kindergartens will go to 3 first grades. And so we can't put a portable in kindergarten. It just won't work as the kids grow up and go through school. So putting a portable out there in line with the rest of the other portables. And I spoke with the architects, and they're going to keep it in line so it looks exactly the same, not an oddity, you know, kind of splinter off to the side. And Nancy, I do appreciate the master plan question, because it always beckons, you know, later on, and they were looking at putting a gym out there, you know, hopefully the bond passes and so forth. And I know Rocky Garcia is working on developing the land out there regarding different senior living and so forth. So it doesn't impede on any of those future plans. The three kindergartens rolling to 3 first grades will roll to 3 second grades, and that portable will definitely be housing a first grade class next year and a second grade class the following year, and then, you know, pending enrollment, and go from there. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that there's absolutely a need for it at the site.
Any need for clarification? Or...
No, thank you. That was very helpful.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Buxer. Dr. Montes, are you going to say something?
With that, I was going to make a motion to approve consent items J1, C, and D.
Can I get a second?
I second that.
Trustee Patterson, seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
The motion passes. All right. Next item is J1E.
And on this one, it's specific, it's the HVAC systems in Britain Buildings G and H. It's my understanding these are not buildings that our students are going to be using. And so while there might be some plans for the building, I think at this point, I just don't understand why we would, again, is it part of the long range master plan when I couldn't find it. I don't recall it being part of it. And so that's why I'm questioning why, and the work's already been done, but I can't approve it. So that's why I pulled it, is that I just have this, and if I could, I'm going to need a copy, obviously, and I hope we all can refer to it as we're going through these contracts, because it's my understanding this is not something that's going to directly have students in it. And I think I keep thinking of Walsh. You know, I think of Walsh and their needs, and then I think of where we're allocating our funds, that I'm just questioning where our priorities are here right now.
Got it. Any other,
So-
Dr. Garcia?
Building G is, we have received a significant grant to make some upgrades to Building G to accommodate a child care center. And the child care center is to benefit parents in our community and also adults that currently attend the adult school. So we are expecting significant dollars to make some improvements to those buildings. We've already made some upgrades to the roofs. And in terms of maximizing our current space to be able to provide some supports to our parents, it's part of the vision to partner with our parents and to be able to support them so that they can in turn support their kids. So Building G in particular, is coming with additional dollars from Santa Clara Valley. It's not public yet, so I can't announce the actual amount. It's a lot of money, so that we're able to provide a childcare center.
So that's the money that's going to be paying for this then?
No, this I believe is the bond money. It's about $45,000 for each of the 2 units. We've already replaced the roof. The roofs were leaking. And so we've already we replaced the roofs in the fall. And now the part 2 of that is to replace the HVAC units, which we need for obvious reasons in our buildings.
Any other comments?
Yes, please.
Trustee Gardner?
I have concerns and issue with the $92,000 being allocated for basically, from what I gather, coaching. The Saturday Academy, I don't understand why we're not doing that in-house instead of spending almost $90,000. And then on the, again, back to that new math framework, $4,500 for 5 partial days. I just, considering what we're going through, I can't
Trustee
see
Gardner,
that.
which one are you referring to? Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Please continue.
That pretty much concludes
Okay.
what I was wanting to share.
Got it. Any other comments? Trustee Knudsen?
I also was a little bit concerned about the education consulting services for 87.5 for Saturday school. Can you, you had mentioned that maybe another local district was using it. Can you explain how long they've been using it and are they happy with it? Have you looked at reviews? How much are we going to get back the first year and the second year if we implement the Saturday school?
Yeah, we did extensive research with this potential partner, and there are neighboring districts, not just in Santa Clara County, but Monterey, and Fresno and others in the state. And so what they do is they provide a lot of the heavy lift in the infrastructure. They help us connect with the CDE to make sure that when the students come to Saturday, we're able to recoup and recover those absences. And they assist with a lot of the logistical issues. They assist with curriculum. As a school system, we certainly do not have the bandwidth to be able to next year. This is what we envision, to have Saturday academies during every Saturday. And these Saturday academies are not meant to be the breakfast club of sorts where you're voluntold you have to come and, because you've been absent. These Saturday academies are meant to be engaging and attractive and add on to our students' experiences. So it's partnering with band or partnering with our athletics, bringing in some academic supports, working with nutrition services so that we're able to provide. So we have the opportunity to recover, I would say, more than $1 million if we do it right. And so it pays for itself. It's a small investment. And so part of the $87,000, the initial fee is a one-time fee of $50,000 to set up everything that I described earlier. And then on an ongoing basis, it's $37,500 per semester. When we roll this out effectively, we need some help to roll this out because our bread and butter is Monday through Friday, right? We don't have a lot of expertise with Saturdays, especially in making them attractive and creative and sexy, if I can use that word. We need to build it so that kids come to these Saturday academies. But ultimately, if in a year, if we feel that we can do this, we can certainly partner. This would be a 1-year contract. And in our research, we looked at Santa Ana Unified. It's a rather large school district. It has about 50,000 students. had initially, because this company has been around for 25 years, they initially had partnered with them and they decided to go their way and it wasn't effective and now they're returning to the vendor. So we want to do it right.
Will we be able to provide busing? Is that going to be an additional cost to us?
We're not, and the beauty of the financial beauty of this program is that it will be cost neutral. It will not cost us. We're actually going to be recovering. And so we'll be able to pay our teachers, our administrators, if they so choose, our custodians and food, et cetera. So it will pay for itself. And in addition to that, we have the potential to recover hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hopefully over $1 million.
Have you projected out what we would do the first year? Do you anticipate so many elementary schools, so many middle schools, so many high schools?
So when we roll this out effectively, I envision, and Director Swift is helping us with some of the heavy lift on this, for every school to participate, but that means we need to work with every school community to make sure that this is viable. We could begin small by maybe having regional Saturday academies. That could work. But a lot of the research from this company indicates that when the teachers at that site who have connections with the students, they're able to recruit the students to come to Saturday. So, it requires an incredibly engaging teacher, that pulls kids. But it doesn't have to be a teacher. It can also be a coach. It could be an assistant principal. It varies. You've seen our chronic absenteeism rate, right? Last year was 25.5%. This year, about 18%. I know that changes depending on attendance. This is an opportunity to not just provide a safe place for our students to be on a Saturday where they are carefully supervised, but also to be able to implement some academic support that can be enriching, that can be an extension, right? And so it doesn't have to be remediation. Some of it will be remediation because kids have not been, they're recovering absences,
Right.
but perhaps students are absent because they're bored or not engaged. And so maybe this is an opportunity to do some fun and creative things.
Thank you.
Trustee Altman.
I keep getting more questions now. So this sounds more like ELOP, it's, so I'm not right now, then if it's more like, let's come and do something engaging rather than, credit, like making up what they missed because of absences. Do I have that right now?
I think it's both and. I think the model, and I jokingly said the Breakfast Club was quite punitive, right? You are assigned to a Saturday school because you either misbehaved or missing class. That doesn't pull kids. What will be generating the attendance recovery is the attendance of these kids. And so we won't be pulling students on a Saturday if it's rote, if it's boring. And so we have to be creative. And we're essentially following the model that has worked throughout the state. We have to, yeah. Director Swift, you want to add or you're good? I think I'm good.
Can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Do we really believe that we're going to attract kids on a Saturday when the weather's nice, when their parents are home, when they have sporting engagements? I think we've rolled out so many things. We're in a budget crisis, and now we're going to do this when that money could pay for maybe 2 classifieds or 1 certificated.
So I think the short,
I'm feeling very disappointed.
I think the short answer, do we believe that kids will come? Absolutely. I believe it because kids are coming to other Saturday academies, and failure to provide these Saturday academies, we're essentially saying goodbye to money that we should be recovering. Because if we don't do Saturday academies, then we don't get the money. Yeah.
So I did.
Can you come up to the microphone? Thank you.
So I actually worked with this
consulting company as well, at Colton in Monterey when I was a principal there, and we did Saturday Academy, and we had a waiting list. And so we did Saturday Academy every Saturday, and we did a rotating cycle of enrichment and intervention, and teachers were able to provide curriculum of things that they love to do, as well as providing intervention for students. So we had activities like hiking and art history and ceramics and intervention at the same time. So students were able to get reading and writing and creative writing. And we had kids creating comic books and different activities that still impacted that were able to help support their academic progression, but it was in a different way, in a different mode that built excitement around academics and built the relationship. But we had an ongoing waiting list every Saturday for the entire year when I was the principal at Colton.
How many?
Yeah, let me get Trustee Patterson and then we'll come right back.
I hear your concern, Trustee Gardner. I think the other thing to consider as I do work in truancy on my other paid job, is that it's easier to get to Saturday school. So a lot of the kids that don't show up at school that need the recovery have trouble getting to school Monday through Friday. So if we can get them to school on Saturday because of issues at home and et cetera, if we can get them to school on Saturday because it's easier to get there, then that would be a huge bonus for those kids. Any time spent in class is going to be bonus time for these kids. And then I think the other thing is some of these kids are home anyway during the school week when it's nice out or when they can kick a ball around. But I think getting them to school on Saturdays might be easier than you think based on Director Swift's assessment as well. I have a comment about the HVAC too that I've been thinking of, but if we want to talk more about Saturday school, I'll let the conversation continue.
Saturday school?
Yeah, a couple more questions. One challenge I see is since we're a unified school district, how many teachers do you envision we would need, and what site would it be at?
So currently the model that we are working off of is that we would have 4 teachers per site at one at middle school, one at elementary, and one at high school to start the slow roll and then build on that capacity. So we'd have 4 at each of the levels. The site was yet to be determined. We had done an understanding of facilities to see what facilities would be most advantageous as well as accessible. So for example, Britain doesn't have a nutrition space that we could potentially use. So Britain might not be the ideal place to do it because we can't make meals there. And so there were some things like that we've been working with facilities, as well as talking with our administration to see which spaces had the most non-teacher spaces so that we weren't also impacting teachers as well. So like which spaces had learning labs and multipurpose rooms and things like that. So we weren't necessarily pushing in on teachers as much as possible, that we could use some other spaces in that way. So we were talking with administrators there, but for each level.
Well, again, going back to if we want to do this, why don't we roll it out slowly and do it in-house? I'm going to continue to push back on doing outside consulting for this because I don't think it's something that should be done right now. I think there are other priorities for the money with regards to staff.
I think the phrase return on investment was repeated, 10 times today. This absolutely is a return on our investment. We do, as I shared earlier, we currently do not have the bandwidth to roll this out internally. So we would not have Saturday academies next year, consequently leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars that we would return to the California Department of Ed. We have to do something different to engage our kids. There is a proven formula that Saturday academies that are exciting provide academic support, intervention, extension, among other things, is a correct formula. And so in terms of our return on the investment, an $87,000 investment will yield tenfold. So something that we believe in, or else we would not have brought it to us. We would like to roll this out next year. And as I said earlier, based on our efforts, we can then decide in a year whether we can now take it on. It's hard to say because we haven't rolled it out at all.
Any other, Dr. Montes, trustee Montes, excuse me.
Thank you, President Escoto. I just want to add to the conversation. When I was a teacher, I volunteered to teach at Saturday school, or what was Saturday academies, on a multiple number of times. One, at least from my experience, I had an opportunity to work with a smaller group of students, provide targeted supports, continue to build relationships with families and students across schools, which I certainly appreciated and saw the value for that. Some of the young people that I worked with at the time had extenuating circumstances, so we were able to also, in addition to the enrichment opportunities, provide a safe space for youth on that Saturday and ensure that they get a meal. So that it has been my experience, at least working at Saturday spaces. It certainly was a positive one. Granted, that was a different context, but I appreciate hearing about the due diligence from what our director here has been doing to understand what it is. My request is that we continue to do our due diligence and build this out intentionally moving forward, if we go in that direction.
I just want to add to the conversation as well. Saturday schools have been promoted by the state and by the county for school districts to recoup the amount of dollars that they've lost as a result of the poor attendance. So it's not necessarily something that should be viewed as another opportunity for young people to do something on Saturday. It's very specific to recouping many dollars that we're losing as a result of poor attendance. So, all right. On this,
Okay, can I?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. I'd like to add, if that's going to be the case, I would want us
if what's going to be the case?
If this is going to stay in here to be voted on, this particular, the Saturday schools, I'd like to add a stipulation that we review, that there's a timeline put that the revenue received and the expenditures at the end of, say, June. I want to be able to track what we're doing with that and see that it's panning out, that we're getting return on investment. So that would be a stipulation that I would ask to have added to this.
Did you want to comment on that, or is that just?
It's something that we were planning on doing anyway, as we track the dollars that come in and address the impact that investment has had. So we were planning on doing it anyway.
Okay, and again, if we could share it with the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner. Thank you, Superintendent Garcia. Any other comments on this? If not, can I please have a motion to approve? I'm sorry.
Regarding the contracts list in HVAC for Trustee Altman, one thing that occurred to me that I learned from a previous CBO in the district, when we talk about facilities throughout the district, keeping them all in a state of repair is typically an excellent idea, and keeping all the facilities usable by human beings, like with HVAC, simply because you want to be able to be as flexible as possible with your facility. So whether G and H get used for one purpose or the other, having them unusable on our property that we own could tie our hands at a point when we don't want our hands to be tied. So that's just something that has stuck with me over the years as we've talked about our different properties and what we're doing on those properties and how we want our ability to be most flexible with those properties.
Hey, Trustee Altman?
Yeah, and while I understand that, I also, that, there are buildings at Britain that still they really need to be removed. And that's my concern, we have a long range facility plan and I can't find it. And I'm just wondering how these pieces go in place. And we also have classrooms where we have students where they also have leaking roofs or poor ventilation. And so it's just, are we putting the money where we should be putting it now? and that's just my whole concern for everything. And that's why Saturday school, I have no objection to. Paying almost $100,000 for a consultant is where I'm balking, and I'm not necessarily seeing the value.
Agreed.
Just gonna leave it there.
I agree.
Any other comments? All right, can I get a motion on this item?
I would like to make a motion to approve the contracts as listed.
Second, please.
I can second that.
Thank you, trustee Patterson and trustee Montes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Say
No.
Nay.
All right, so we got 2 nays on that. All right. All right, now we're going to J2E.
Yes, thank you, President Escoto. I wanted to start off by just saying that I appreciate all the work that's being done on this initiative to get this here. I had some specific questions around in my review of the course outlines. I was seeking clarification around the course objectives. So after reviewing all the courses, I was left wondering specifically around what the guidance within these documents on the course objectives and what was outlined there. So I'll say that I am in support of this, but perhaps in addition to all the work that's being done, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I just read them over and I was still hoping to better understand the course objectives as outlined in the courses relative to what is supposed to be explained there. So that's one question. I also wanted to get some clarification around the Teach Town program. I see that listed on all the courses. So if there's some additional information that can be provided with regards to that instructional program, I'd greatly appreciate it.
While we're waiting for that, looking at the clock, we're going to have to extend our meeting, possibly. So if I can get a motion to extend our meeting to 11 o'clock. Trustee Alden?
I move that we extend our meeting until 11 o'clock.
Yeah, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Montes. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, so thank you.
So I can speak to Teach Town. So what was your specific question again?
So, I mean, I reviewed their website and looked at sort of what they provide. My understanding it's that it's an online curriculum provider, but I couldn't find any additional information in terms, I see it listed for all the courses. So maybe you can help me out in terms of, I know that how they're designed, but if you can just speak more in terms of how you envision this being utilized in the classroom, or are these modules built out by them?
Yeah, and it's not as much online as it may have appeared on the website. It is an entire package of work. Now, some of the work is printed from online and provided to students, but the whole coursework is all paper, pencil, manipulatives, and there's a whole curriculum set with it. So it's not an online curriculum.
Got it. Yes.
Was there a pilot done this year? It sounded like we were using it this year.
We've been using two curriculums that meet this. We have Unique, and then we've been using for a while. And then last year we started using the Teach Town Encore curriculum. And so that's currently both are being piloted.
So since it's on the course description as the materials, that will stay intact with these courses and they'll continue to use that.
That is coming out as the more preferred curriculum. So we'll be doing a curriculum council pilot and adoption process soon. Right now, most of the districts are adopting the course codes, and working with either Encore, Teachtown or Unique. We're using both. So the teachers can make the decision, but they have already migrated towards Teachtown. So that's why
Okay.
we put that.
It just wasn't clear that it's gone through an adoption process, but it will go through an adoption process. Okay.
Got it.
I thought it-
Thank you. And then my second question was the course objectives, was around the course objectives. So after reviewing those, I'm sure Teachtown is all integrated with the standards, and that was one of the documents that were provided. I just didn't see that reflected in the course objectives. And so is the course pacing outline supposed to capture the objectives of the course, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I've been talking to Teachtown about setting up a pacing as we so we can really hone that so that all the requirements for this alternate pathway are met through a student's 4 years using the program.
Got it. So when I was looking at this, I was looking for, because the course objectives says describe the objectives in terms of the content standards. So I was looking for that because I saw the pacing of what was going to be covered in the various quarters. But it wasn't clear to me what were the content objectives for the courses. And so to then think about what the pacing was going to be. So that was what I was looking for in terms of just the course outline. And so given it is a course outline, I was hoping to see that, but it sounds like, let me paraphrase. So I'm happy to move forward, but I'm wondering if we can, if possible, flesh out our course objectives to capture that.
I think part of our conversation as well was to update the objectives so that, because some of them are blended into the course outline, but also maybe tie them with the NGSS. So there's a direct correlation of where we find that in the next generation for science standards, if you're looking, for example, at physical science, right? So there's no doubt, even if it's bullets about energy and motion, chemistry and matter, there's a direct correlation of where that sits on the next generation science standards, for example. So we can certainly do that and beat them up and align them.
Thank you.
Trustee Knudsen.
I agree with Dr. Montez. When looking at these objectives, they're not very clear. Does this have a deadline that it needs to be approved by?
Well, the ed code is already in place and we have students that already need to begin to be enrolled in these course codes.
Okay, so would it make sense to approve it with the condition that the course objectives are fleshed out, or that it will be revised? Okay. Okay, because it doesn't look quite right.
So I would second that motion by Trustee Eves Knudsen.
Trustee Altman.
It was really clear for me. So it really was. I worked with this group of students for years. So because it is my understanding, we're looking at the Delta class right now. So my questions are, is this alternative diploma instead of a certificate of completion? Is that going to become a thing of the past?
So the likelihood is that it will eventually replace the certificate of completion. We see that happening. Certificate's not going away in ed code right now, but it likely will replace that. Yes.
Okay, and then with that, then what's the implication if a student receives an alternative diploma? Can they still attend a post-secondary program?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the course number themselves will identify whether that's a student that's eligible to continue on to 22.
Okay, because it starts with the 9. That was our code before. And on these alternative, if a student receives an alternative diploma, I assume then there's something that indicates that it is an alternative diploma.
It is an alternate pathway. as our other alternate pathways. So students who are foster students have an alternate pathway. So there won't be anything on the diploma at this time, is what the state is telling us, that will indicate that it is an alternate diploma. It's an alternate pathway to diploma.
So so they're taking an alternate for a typical diploma.
Not an A through G diploma, but
Right.
yes.
And is that indicated, because I understand, you know, if a student, since we have like 3 different pathways right now towards the diploma, do they all look identical?
The diplomas don't look different.
You mean the diplomas?
Yeah, I
or-
mean,
or the
like,
pathways?
No. So
Transcripts look different. Diplomas don't.
yeah, if there's different pathways, does the student who receives the 220 diploma as their and A to G, and versus a student who took a 180, and then if a student takes this alternative pathway with the
Same diploma. We would need to confirm that. I mean, I sign thousands of these. I don't think there's looking differently, but we can certainly look into it.
Any other comments?
President Escoto, with that, thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Appreciate the clarification on on this matter, and now a motion to approve the alternative diploma courses for secondary education with the amendment from Trustee Eves Knutson.
And can I get a second on that?
I'll second.
All right. And a first and second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, now we're on to general business. K1, conduct public hearing regarding Morgan Hill Unified School District's initial proposal to Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers regarding successor negotiations for 2024 and 2025 school year. Assistant Superintendent Sanchez will introduce and present this item.
Thank you, President Escoto, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, colleagues and guests. The current contract of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers ends on June 30th, 2024. This will be a successor negotiation for a new 3-year contract. Attached are the district's initial proposals regarding successor negotiations. We recommend that the board take public comment pursuant to Government Code Section 3547 regarding the proposal for Morgan Hill Unified School District to the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers to open successor negotiations for the 2024-25 school year.
All right. I'm going to open up a public hearing now is open for anybody to make public comment. Is there going to be any public comment on this item? Nope. All right. Hearing none, I'm going to close the hearing. And we'll move on. K2, adoption of proposal from the Morgan Hill Unified School District to open successor negotiations with the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers for 20. Did I just read that? Looks really familiar, doesn't it?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, K2, it's the same thing. Adoption proposal from the Morgan Hill Unified School District to open successor negotiations with the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers for 2024-2025 school year. Assistant Superintendent Sanchez will introduce this item.
Thank you, President Escoto. Not to be redundant, but we now are, the board is ready to, we recommend that the board adopt the proposal for the Morgan Hill Unified School District to the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers for the 24-25 school year.
President Escoto, with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the proposal as submitted.
Thank you, trustee Montes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Knudsen. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we're at K4, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Teachers. Assistant Superintendent Sanchez will introduce and present this item.
Thank you, President Escoto. The California Code of Regulations, Title V, requires that the Board of Education annually adopt the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators prior to the issuance of limited assignment permits and/or emergency permits for the upcoming school year. The Commission on Teacher Credentialing requires the Board of Education to take action to approve the Declaration of Need. Adopting the Declaration of Need is required prior to issuance of any emergency or limited assignment permit and is submitted annually every June to the Santa Clara Office of Education and to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. We ask that you approve the Declaration of Need.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Sanchez. We'll move on to approve the Declaration of Need for Qualified Teachers. Do I have a motion? Trustee Altman.
I move that we approve the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, trustee Gardner. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to K5, new business, future agenda items. Trustee Altman.
Yeah, I'd like us to review our practices for calling our retreats and also getting the data, not a dashboard on the agenda.
Can you say a little bit more about the
Output of the data ad hoc committee. So just the
got it.
Data screen.
Got it.
In other words, having it be available, right, Nancy? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we still need to approve it as a board.
Trustee Knudsen.
In light of all the comments and information we received tonight and community members' concerns, I would like the budget committee to become active and establish members from the community on it, members from the Federation of Teachers, and establish a process for looking at going over the budget, looking at possible extra cuts for this year and a whole process for next year where we can have presentations to our community where this is our budget. This is where our money comes from. We get very limited funds and we're spending so much in the area of staffing and just explaining the budget to everyone so they understand the background of our budget and where we're spending it, and reviewing any additional programs that we've added over the few years and looking at the data to see what is really helping our students learn and achieve and making recommendations back to the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Knudsen. Trustee Montes.
This is more of a request as opposed to an agenda item. So tonight we took the action to approve the plan for educational alternatives for expelled youth. So my request would be if we can, in addition to this plan, provide opportunities for us to go visit these sites where we can continue to see and experience these placements of our youth who are expelled from our program here, as this will be very informative as we consider future action on these items.
Thank you, Trustee Montes. Anything else? Trustee Patterson.
Thanks, President Escoto. I had a similar request as Trustees Knudsen. So I'm just gonna reiterate that, but also I'm hoping that we can convene the budget committee as we've done in years past before the June board meeting. And I would like to
Yes.
get a reminder of the composition as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe you're meeting May 1st?
May 1st.
Yeah, May 1st. So we've already initiated it, and Trustee Altman, you're the board representative on that.
So composition, if you could circulate the composition to the board this week.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can
That
share
would
the
be
membership.
helpful.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. You,
Not a backup, but a second.
you use your microphone.
Second.
There we go.
Second. When we distributed or decided on our committee meetings, we decided that many of the committees had two people on them. I don't know if I was a backup or a second, but I thought I was a second, but let me know.
Done. Any other items that we want to add to future agendas? All right. Okay, so I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
President Scott, I would like to motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:35.
I'll
Have a
second it.
Okay.
You need to vote.
Did you say? Oh, all right, Pamela did. All right, all those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.